What is up, everybody? Welcome in to night 2 of the Packers Draft Party Extravaganza right here on the Pack a Day Podcast. I'm your host, Andy Herman. You can follow me on Twitter at Andy Herman NFL and the podcast at Pack a Day Podcast. We are presented today by PrizePicks as well as Luiges Frozen Pizzas. Getting my Luiges victory pizza tomorrow. I'm claiming victory no matter what the Packers do. They could draft 7 punters. I'm still claiming victory after a very fun draft process all the way around. So looking forward to that tomorrow. Find them in the freezer section of your local grocer. Great deals. They've got a ton of different varieties of pizza. If it has that Luigi's logo on it, though, you know it's going to be absolutely amazing with that perfect robust tomato sauce, Wisconsin mozzarella, and all the good toppings that you could possibly imagine. Choose your own adventure. Big fan of the original pepperoni. That's what I'm going with tomorrow. But pretty much every pizza that you could imagine that they have is a huge winner. So tomorrow might have the Big Daddy garlic dippers as well. But you can find them over at luigespizza.com and on social media at Luiges Pizza. Make sure to give them a follow. A huge shout out for sponsoring today's show. Long time no talk. Thank you to all of you who showed up for happy hour. We had over 1,200 people in chat for happy hour. Obviously changing over here to our stream for the actual draft itself. We are about 29 minutes away from the draft starting. We did some math in the last show. Green Bay should be on the clock somewhere between about, I would say, 7:30 and 7:45. If things kind of go according to plan, we'll kind of be keeping an eye on all the different draft picks that go off the board. You know, we're probably hoping quarterbacks with the Jaden Reed extension. You probably want to see wide receivers go off the board. Safeties, probably a good thing to go off the board. Linebackers, there's a lot of linebackers out there. Good to see those go off the board, but there's been a lot of buzz that corners and defensive tackles could go pretty early. And of course, if you're hoping for McDonald or a Kristen Miller, you're obviously hoping that's not going to happen. Colton Hood, McCoy is a really interesting conversation. As I've talked about with McCoy, you're in this sort of bizarro no man's land where if he gets to 52, all right, if the guy that is a top 10 player in this draft gets to pick 52, if 51 other picks passed on him, I have a hard time believing that Green Bay is going to be the one that says, nope, we're going to be the one that takes him. That's never been in their DNA. And I can't imagine with the knee issue that Green Bay is going to trade up for him. So it feels like it's just no man's land. He probably goes soon. I think it'd be a really cool outcome if they found a way to get him and he just hopefully stays healthy. But I have a hard time believing that's actually going to be the case. So it'll be very interesting tonight to see how these players go off the board. Expect McDonald to go pretty early. Expect Colton Hood to go pretty early. But hey, you never know. Maybe we get lucky and maybe one of those players makes their way down to 52. I do think Kristen Miller is in the realm of possibility to get to 52, but one pick at a time. We'll just kind of keep track of it and who's there. I do think with Jaden Reed signing his extension, that receiver is probably off the table. I would think today. Nothing's ever off the table. I talked about that at the onset of a happy hour today of like, you could probably talk yourself into anything if the right player was there. But Christian's going to get an extension. I'm very confident in that. And so if Christian gets an extension, that's probably at least 3 years. Jaden got a 3-year extension. You have 3 years left of Matthew Golden on a cheap contract. You have 3 years left of Savion Williams on a cheap contract. Your top 4 spots are probably taken for the next 3 years. So to spend a 2nd round pick, maybe even a 3rd round pick, is probably just a little bit of overkill at the moment. So I don't expect that to happen. You never know for sure, but I think if you could see a big run on receivers here, that'd probably be a very good thing for the Packers. Maybe push some of those defensive players off the board. Extension for Reed, does that mean no Ted Hurst option? Like we just talked about, I think unlikely. I think very unlikely, especially round 2. If a Hurst or a Lance or one of those guys is available in round 3, again, everything's on the table. You never know. Take best player available. But I definitely think that it makes it a lot less likely that they go wide receiver today. For those who are not on happy hour, I love the Jaden Reed contract extension. I always love when I have a take before it happens, so it doesn't get confused of, me having green and gold tinted glasses on. I said just a few weeks, I don't know if it was 2 weeks, maybe it was the trade episode with wide receivers that I talked about it on, but I very distinctly remember saying like, hey, if this is in the 3 years, 45, 3 years, $48 million contract range, 3 years, 50, I'm totally good. That's a very normal place for his sort of contract to be in. If it's 3 years, 60, that to me is a little bit a little bit too much. And I probably say, all right, we need to go in a different direction at that point. So he was right at that spot, 3 years, 50 million. They're able to get that deal done. I feel really good about that deal for both sides. Really good about the deal. For Green Bay, it's less than Wan'Dale Robinson, and you get him at a very reasonable cost. The cap's going to continue to go up. This is a number that you can very easily afford. You're not paying him as a number one wide receiver. You can still pay a number one wide receiver, a la Christian Watson, especially when you have Matthew Golden and Savion Williams under cheap contracts for the next 3 years. That certainly helps that calculus as well. So I love everything about the deal for Green Bay. I think Jaden Reed will absolutely earn that deal. I really do. And then the other thing that I would say is that for the Jaden Reed's sake, you get $50 million, right? That's life-changing money. And let's say he went out this year and got hurt, and all of a sudden there was an injury situation. In that situation, he might not have the contract next year that's out there for him like this. So it gives him a little bit of insurance as well. And again, he gets $50 million. I like this for both sides. What say you, Justice Mosqueda of AcmePackingCompany.com?
Of the Jaden Reed contract?
Jaden Reed contract. Sorry, I know I have the Ted Hurst comment up there. Yes, but Jaden Reed contract. Welcome in, by the way.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good number for the Packers. I wonder if Jaden Reed's camp saw all the visitors and stuff like that. I mean, the fact that Hurst has come in, what's his name? Brazil. I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, probably. Haven't heard it out loud. Haven't asked about him, but I'm sure they looked at that, saw Savion Williams, go in the third round last year. He's wide receiver 4 on this team right now. The Packers were willing to move off of Romeo. They're willing to move off of Wicks. And I'm sure they were looking at this, and to your point, talking about injuries and stuff like that, right? Where they're like, hey, man, you can get life-changing money right now. Do we want to be greedy about it, or do we just want to sign the deal? And it feels like they signed a deal that's very team-friendly. I mean, you can look up the comparisons. He's like wide receiver 29 or something like that from like an APY standpoint. That's mid wide receiver 2 to like high-end wide receiver 3 type of money. And it's a shorter deal. It's a 3-year contract. It's not the usual 4 that the Packers signed, so he gets to hit the market a little bit earlier than a usual Packer signing. He'll be able to do it at least one more time during his prime, or at least the tail end of his prime. So, yeah, I kind of think his camp was probably like, let's just get it done, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. And he seems pretty happy with the number. We saw the post from him on Instagram with all, money phone and all that stuff as a kid. Rosenhaus is a guy who's kind of no nonsense. Deals get done quick with Rosenhaus. Yep. It's why Rosenhaus and Belichick have this love affair with each other, right? It's a S or get off the pot type of situation with Rosenhaus. So I bet this thing happened pretty quickly, honestly.
I joked in the happy hour, Green Bay was just so damn bored yesterday during the draft. They started calling up agents and being like, we got to do something. Can we get this Jaden Reed deal done? Let's pound this thing out in day 1 of the draft, since we literally have nothing else going on.
I don't think that's how it worked out.
Oh, a million percent not.
It looks like it on the surface.
I'm totally kidding.
I think it's interesting that this was the first one to come, right? I thought him and LVN were kind of borderline cases. I think the team wants to get Watson, Kraft, and Wyatt done for sure. This now kind of puts the team in a situation where they can kind of collect comp picks in 2027 too, like next offseason, depending on how much money they spend this year, where they might not have to go into free agency next year, depending on.
Do they have any free agents that would lose that they could actually get comp picks for?
Well, LVN would be one, right?
If they don't pick up the 5th year.
Right.
Musgrave. Keyshawn, Musgrave, Valentine.
Yeah. And I think all those guys could Musgrave maybe no.
Carl Brooks.
Carl Brooks. Yeah, Carl Brooks is one. I mean, especially if we go D-line early today. Also, Andy, I got the tap on the shoulder. It took a day, but I got a tap on the shoulder of some guys that Green Bay likes.
Ooh. So, in the draft?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
The floor is yours, my friend. Share away.
I don't know if any of them are going to be there. Zion Young, we talked about him since the combine. That one's been obvious.
Yep.
Kristen Miller is another guy that the Packers like. I think that's pretty obvious too. We brought him on a pre-draft visit. Lee Hunter, I haven't heard that the Packers like, but they did bring him on a pre-draft visit, so do with him whatever you want.
Yep.
Brandon Cece, the corner from South Carolina.
That was my official prediction today. That was my official.
Yeah.
I said on the pod recently, I said Kristen Miller. I just think he's going to end up being gone. So for those of you, if just so I can be 100% on the record, my official locked in, not changing it prediction today is Cece.
I got to look at the draft tracker because I got to see when they're picking. But the team that I was told to worry about with Cece was the Bengals. So they're picking 9th. So they're picking like 10 picks ahead of the Packers. TJ Parker is another one. So,
okay.
I don't think he's going to make it all the way to 52. So those are just some guys that, the hay is kind of out of the barn now. Some people that worked in the league have kind of tapped me on the shoulder and been like, hey, by the way, while we were on the trail, we heard Packers like X, they should be going around this range and they're still available. So those guys, I've been Galco specifically, and I'll out him on this one, told me Caleb Proctor potential the second round. And I was like, I don't know if that's true or not, or if you're feeding me horse manure. He's obviously got an agenda because he's runs the East West Shrine game, and he would love to see a Caleb Proctor go in the second round. But apparently it's like us, the Jags, the Texans, and the Rams are pretty high on the guy.
Caleb Proctor was not on Brugler's top 100. He was on Daniel Jeremiah's big board at 89. He was consensus 123. He was my 89th player on my board. So 53.
I like him. I take him in the third for sure.
No question.
Yeah, I don't see it.
We talked about the LSU game was pretty sweet proof of concept for him. Yeah. I still think second is very rich, but he's it would be akin probably to taking Bethune-Cookman's, Nick Collins in the second round when everyone thought they were crazy for that, taking a small school safety. If they felt great about it, I honestly, like, if the Packers felt that great about it, I liked him so much. I initially had him higher, and then I realized, like, oh God, I'm really an outlier here. So I kind of bumped him down a little bit, but it would make me feel better if, like, Green Bay's like, we like him this much that we're taking him in the second. I'd be like, all right, I kind of like the boldness.
And he's gonna, and if he does end up in Green Bay, right? We got people aggregating this already. Let's go. Shout out! Oh, it's Matt. Shout out to Matt. He said he got the tap on the shoulder stuff up with graphics and stuff already on Twitter.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I don't think Proctor is going to be the pick at 52, but it does seem like him.
Jaden Reed contract is officially official. Packers announced it, so that's done. That's probably the quickest they've announced something that has come out via a report, and then it actually got reported, or like the Packers actually came out with it. So nice job, Packers.
It's probably easier to get it done right now, right? Because guys are in the building.
Oh, that could be too.
OTAs, they're there. So, I'm sure on Rosenhaus's. They probably waited to announce it too, because Rosenhaus is busy.
Yeah,
it's draft week.
It's a very busy time for him. Yeah, if Green Bay was starting to call now, he'd be like, "What are you doing? What? I'm a little like, can we talk on Monday or Tuesday?"
Yeah.
Yes, this is probably something that they've had done for, or at least just finalizing, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Dark Fire. I know Pons is outside of Goody's type. However, I asked this. I want your answer on this, Justice. At what point would D'Angelo Pons need to fall for the Green Bay Packers to select him in this draft? What round would they be like, we're taking D'Angelo Pons?
The mechanics of this usually are, right? You have your board. It's got about 100 to 120 names on it. That doesn't mean those are the only guys you have graded, but those are the only guys that you have on the board. And those are the guys that you've had these endless meetings that we've been hearing about, right? But then you have the subboard. And the thing about the subboard is you get to adjust those once the draft ends each day, right? I'm assuming right now D'Angelo Pons would be on the Packers subboard, right?
Yep.
So it would have to be – I think that's an overnight discussion if he's still available on day 3 of the draft. So I would say 4th round. That's a conversation you have after the 3rd round once today's events end, right? The scouts talk, the coaches talk, everything. And we say, hey, I know he's not our type of a guy, on paper, but this is too much value to pass up. let's put him on the board and let's try to go get him. I think that's the conversation that happens, but that would have to wait until is today Friday? Saturday.
Yeah, I'm all messed up on days too. I said very, very similar answer. I said there's no chance they take him today. I said I think they would consider him in round 4. I think they'd take him in round 5. And I think there's no way they'd let him get past round 6 is where I kind of came out on it.
No. Again, the draft to me, like meaningful draft picks, ends somewhere in the 5th round. And it depends on the year, but for the most part, there's a pretty big drop off somewhere in the 5th round where it becomes basically undrafted free agency.
Did you see the Andrew Brandt thing today?
I saw him talking about the quarterback with the Rams, Ty Simpson.
He did talk about that. Then he also talked about, he said last year, so this is what an NFL scout told Andrew Brandt last week. He said last year, rounds 6 and 7 got wiped out by NIL money. He said this year, he thinks that the scout thought rounds 4 through 7 got wiped out by NIL, that there's so many kids staying in college that rounds 4. I can't get there with like rounds 4 and 5. I think if you wanted to make the argument for like the 6th and 7th rounds are like significantly weaker or whatever, I think you could make that argument. I don't think I can get there for rounds 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, eventually those get backfilled, right? And we've had years of this now. I think this is just the new normal.
Yes.
Until something changes, and if NIL restrictions end, right, a super draft could happen in the same way that I don't think people think about it this way, but like 2011 was like the best draft class of all time, and a lot of that was because of the mechanics of the CBA, where they said, hey, there's a salary cap now on the rookie salary scale, so the benefit of going back to school and improving your financial standing doesn't matter as much, right? So the same thing could happen in the future if they stop doing some of these NIL payments. You'll probably get one big spurt, right? And that draft class, you want as many picks as possible in that draft class.
Yeah.
But I don't think this, like we've talked about like cornerback and stuff like that. I think there's going to be really good value still in the 5th round. Like,
I agree.
So I kind of disagree. Again, people when they talk about the draft, they usually talk about the top of the draft. In this case, they're not talking about the top of the draft, but like probably specific positions. Like, I'm sure our whole world revolves around quarterback talk, Andy, and it's not a good quarterback class. So I'm sure that's probably part of it.
We got 2 in the top 13. What more do you want?
Yeah. I heard the Packers laughed, and we're not the only team in that coaching tree that laughed when Ty Simpson got picked.
What are you buying on the McVay side of this? Is he all right? Is he pissed? Is he?
I don't know. The Rams are kind of too cool for school. They don't go on a lot of visits. They don't do a lot of pro days. It's them in Jacksonville, and it's kind of the same mentality. Obviously, the GM comes from the same spot. They do scouting in a really different way. Jordan Rodriguez has done a really good job of showing the public what some of that stuff is, where they don't want to read reports. You don't want to type out a report in LA. Everything is like box checking, and then they like turn it into emojis and like feed it through like AI and have players measurables and stuff and kind of cross it off that way. They think that a lot of the old scout stuff, like being there in person for pro days, doesn't matter. And the Rams kind of do stuff on the cheap for as rich as Kroenke is.
Okay.
So I'm not surprised that they didn't talk, right? Where like Ty Simpson's like, yeah, I've never talked to Sean McVay. That part doesn't surprise me at all. McVay is kind of the guy who started the like, I'm not going to the combine thing. Jacksonville didn't even send their GM or their head coach to the combine this past year. There's a lot of times where you'll go to like, I'm just throwing a team out there. I don't know how many representatives they had, but it'll be like Clemson, like 30 teams showed up to Clemson's pro day. I'll be like, oh, who are the two? Well, it's the Rams and the Jaguars. They're just not traveling. The Rams have been a team, I think, like over the last 5 years, they've used like 5 visits, like pre-draft visits. That's not even them leaving.
Crazy.
So like they do things differently, right? Now Now that interaction does seem super weird though, and I would like someone to explain that to me. That clip of McVay very sternly being like, "Yeah, he's gonna compete with Stetson Bennett."
Stetson Bennett, yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do with that. Again, that's not something I'm aware of, so I don't want to speak out of turn. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the Stetson backup quarterback, have Ty Simpson have a redshirt year like the Packers did with Jordan Love, and when Kurt Benkert was the backup. So
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. I mean, wasn't that the plan for Jackson Dart at one point too? Like, wasn't he the QB3 for a bit, and then Russell Wilson went from like the starter to like being scratched completely because it was always Jameis is our backup. Like that's the only
then Jameis became the 3, or then Wilson became the 3, and it was all over the place. But I think that was the plan of like, we're gonna have Dart be like the emergency quarterback, and Jameis and Wilson will be the competing for the spot, and then the other will be the backup. But I think Dart got to the backup pretty quick, and I think Jameis was the 3rd to start, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I think if they actually have to play a game, Simpson will go in. It's not going to be, what's his name, the kid from Georgia, Stetson Bennett. But I think they'll genuflex as Ty Simpson is going to have a redshirt year. Someone just asked me if on Twitter, I apologize if this takes out an extension for Watson. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
This is mid wide receiver 2, high end wide receiver 3 money. I don't think that changes what you want to do with your wide receiver 1.
Nope. Not one iota. I've had a lot of questions on Kraft too. Doesn't change anything on Kraft. He'll be back. I still don't know what to do. What they'll do with Wyatt. Wyatt's the interesting one to me. I don't know. I don't know if that gets done or not.
They can create cap space with it.
That is true. I don't know if they're going to need it. I don't know if there's anything left to sign, but if they want it, they can do it that way. Tim, thank you so much for becoming a brand new member. Appreciate that. Mostly in Chicago, and you've been a member for forever. I don't know why it's showing up as a new member. Maybe you signed up for a new tier, but either way, thank you, my friend. Vex, I am shocked Reed was extended before Watson. I thought Savion was a Reed replacement, so I feel confused. Why did we make this move? I'll just say I don't think Savion was a Reed replacement ever. And I actually think if there was appetite for both Reed and the Packers to get this deal done, which obviously there was, I think this one's an easier one to get done than the Watson one, because to me, Watson's agency says he's better than Alec Pierce, and we want Alec Pierce money. And the Packers can say, we'd rather have like Jameson Williams money, and we don't have an appetite for giving $80 million for a player, guaranteed for a player who's never finished a full season. I think that one actually can be a little bit more complicated. Whereas this one, that's like, there's a pretty solid tier of this exact wide receiver that's out there. And I think this one's actually a little bit easier to get done. So not super surprised by that. But what do you think, Justice?
I think Savion is such a unique player that you can't really peg him to these roles. It's really the Cordell Patterson thing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Savion Williams ends up playing running back in his career, right? He's clearly a talented kick returner, even though, going into the draft, it was more of an idea that he could be a kick returner than something proven because he hadn't done it at TCU. I think he's more like, I don't want to call it like a gimmick. What's the right word? Gadget player. Like, I think the idea with Savion Williams is that he either gets really good at being a receiver and he's a DK Metcalf, or he ends up being really good as a gadget player and he ends up being a Deebo Samuel, right? And I don't think that's what Jaden Reed's job is, really.
No, I don't think it affects it at all. So, no, I was happy they got it done. Again, like you said, I think it's really good value for Jaden, and I think Jaden gets some just insurance that, again, if he had had a big injury this year, it would have definitely affected his pay going into next year. I think even if Jaden had like a huge year this year, and was a free agent, I think at most he probably gets like 3 years, 60 million on the open market, maybe like 3 years, 62, 3 years, 63. I don't think he gets like a crazy deal. So to lock in maybe 13 million less than what your peak would be if you had an amazing year, but to lock in like, I don't know, 30 million more if you had like a serious injury that knocked you out, and maybe some team gave you like 3 years, 33 or something. To me, this just made sense for both sides. Yeah,
no, it's good business.
Jared, thank you so much for becoming a new member. And Robert, I liked your joke on Jaden Reed, $2 million per jet sweep. You're ridiculous, but I'll accept it. The two wide receivers Justice mentioned are both 6'4", and they brought in pre-draft. Makes you wonder if they are searching for Christian Watson replacement after extending Reed. I don't think so. I don't think this affects Watson at all. And I think you said the same thing, Justice.
Yeah, I think if they would have taken one of those guys, I think we end up getting Matthew Golden in the slot a lot more than we probably expected when that pick was turned in last year.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's just play devil's advocate for a second. Second pick comes around, they take Hurst or Lance or Brazel or one of those wide receivers. Does that change your calculus on, okay, maybe there's something up with Watson?
Yeah, because they're oversigned again.
Yeah.
So
that would be the one thing that would change my mind a little bit. If Jaden Reed gets a contract done and they take a wide receiver round 2, now I'm like, okay, I'm on Christian Watson watch a little bit and what's going on there. Because
I mean, at that point, you have 5 receivers you've invested at least a top 100 pick in, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a real deal. I mean, that becomes like maybe we trade Christian before the season starts type of situation.
Drew, if it was possible, would you want there to be 2 drafts per year? What would the other draft be? Like, I don't know. Like they already basically got rid of the supplemental draft. Like that thing never happens anymore. I don't know how you would split it into 2 drafts, but yeah, I'm going to say no. I'm good with one.
Day 1, day 2 in April, and then day 3 in May. I mean, it just wouldn't work with the NFL schedule.
No.
Every day draft, just one pick per day would be fun though.
Just a long, like, what are those called? It's not a snake draft. It's like a
slow draft.
Yeah. Just slow draft it through once the Super Bowl ends, the first team is on the clock with pick 1 and they got to pick right away the day after the Super Bowl and just do 1 pick per day every day.
Let's do it.
I'm in.
Constant content drip.
The trade, constant content drip. Like you could get trades every day for picks because somebody's on the clock every day, just like a 24-hour clock. I'm in. Let's see. College draft and international draft. There's not enough international players for an international draft. I would like. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, the NFL has 32 spots allocated for international players, and those are guys that are being retained year over year, right? I know the CFL does like an international draft, but it's usually like kickers from like Mexico and stuff like that they bring up.
I would like to see one change with the international procedure. I would like to see if you draft an international player that you can place that player on the international pathway program exception without having to put them through waivers. I would like, because you get some of these players that are set for the international, that are coming internationally, like that one dude who had like a bazillion RAS score, but he's never played football before. If you invest a draft pick into that player, they're not going to be ready year 1. So, yeah. I mean, the exception is Mailata. Mailata has been the one exception that was able to come in and actually legitimately be a pretty, a player, not immediately, but I think it was in year 2 where he started breaking out. You're basically forced to keep that player on a 53 despite him, not even basically knowing what football is yet. So I think if you invest a draft pick in a player, you should be able to put them on that international pathway program exception on your practice squad for a series of 2-3 years or whatever. And you'd still have to pay them the contract that they got in the rookie contract, but not have to have a roster spot count towards it.
Yeah, you get into there's some weird qualifiers. There's a tight end this year, I think he's Mississippi State, Terore or something like that.
Okay.
Who's probably going to get picked, who would qualify, but he's been in the U.S. I think he spent his senior year in the United States and played college football and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know how you fix this stuff. I mean, the real answer is you got to expand the league globally if you want. Ooh, alarm.
Draft is starting. It's on the clock. Did you just get drafted? Are you a 49er?
Coach?
Center?
But Sean McVay, I've never talked to you before.
Amazing. Some people I think of or we're not moving Savion Williams to tight end. All right. He's a wide receiver. No. Not moving Savion Williams to tight
end. Running back is much more likely than tight end, folks.
Yes. And then we're not moving Edgerrin Cooper to edge either. I don't know where you guys are coming up with this. Edgerrin Cooper's an all linebacker. Yeah, he's a fantastic linebacker. He'd be a bad edge. That'd be a bad situation. And no, Savion's a wide receiver. He won't be a tight end either. When was the last? I mean, Bo Melton, and he didn't even play a snap last year. Bo Melton might be the last position change. I guess Ty Montgomery worked, but like these things do not work. That's like the precursor to you getting cut far more often than not. These things do not work very often. It's like a last resort. Like, let's see if we can make something work before we cut you. It's very rare that anything like that ever actually works.
Yeah, and a lot of the success stories are at cornerback and tight end, right? Just because they're such weird positions, and usually they take a lot of time. Any wide receivers you consider more talented than Watson? Was there one?
Say that again. Sorry, I missed that last part.
Just the question that's up, right? Like, is Carnell Tate better than Christian Watson this year? I don't.
I didn't even realize I clicked that. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any receiver in this draft. I mean, if Tyson like hits his ceiling, you could probably make an argument there. If Tyson hits his ceiling, he's probably better than Christian Watson. If Tate hits his ceiling, it's probably a conversation. He could probably be better than Watson.
Right now, yeah. I mean,
right now, no.
Yeah.
No, there's nobody in this draft at wide receiver that in 2026 that I would rather have than Christian Watson from this draft. Just for 2026, no way, no chance.
I will say I do like Denzel Boston. I do like Chris Bell. I think it's pretty ridiculous Denzel Boston is still available right now. And Chris Bell, I'm very surprised some people have him going in the third round when he probably would have been a top 15 pick if he would have been healthy. And
I think Bell will go in round 2. I'm pretty confident in that today, unless there's something with his injury that's pushing him back, but there hasn't been any word of that. And then, Boston, I think, is going to go in the very first part of this second round. I just think some of these taller receivers are like, there's been so many failures of like the 6'4" wide receiver type that I think teams just get a little bit scared.
I guess, man, but go look at what happens to wide receivers who are under 200 pounds. That's not a good bet.
I don't know what to do with like, did you watch Brennan Thompson?
Yeah, the Mississippi State kid. I saw a little bit of him. He's one I can actually like buy into.
I do too, but I don't, that's my toughest archetype of player that I have evaluating of just like, what am I
usually I'm just a straight no. Like Zach Branch, I'm a no. I'm a no on Zach Branch. He's a punt returner. But the Thompson kid was the one that I was like, I kind of see it. I kind of see that vision.
Dude just runs past everybody. Like, and it like, that's the one where you like the who's the Connecticut kid, like Skylar Bell, is it? Yep. Like he ran a 4.3 and like he looks like quick, but he doesn't look like oh my God. You put Brennan Thompson on.
People like scouts thought there was a legitimate chance he could have broken the combine record. The 40-yard dash.
If you would have told me he broke the effing Olympic record, I think I would have like just based on what he looks like on tape. He is like super power fast where you're like, that's different than anything else. Anytime there's somebody in a real college game, especially in the SEC, that's doing something that like looks different than anybody else, I don't care if you're 5'5" or whatever the hell he is, like I'm still taking notice. But that is those like 5'8", 170, 180 pound wide receivers that like look cool in college. I have like you said, I'm more often than not a no. He was the one where I actually was like, there's something there. And I don't, he could be a 0, he could be something, but he is insanely fast.
Usually the Tutu Atwells, who was the guy, Kadarius Toney. Like I'm usually a no on these guys.
Me too.
He's the one that is like semi-interesting to me. I got to hop off. I have prior obligations. Yeah, you guys have fun. Man. Come check out APC if you guys have some time.
We will do so.
Maybe tomorrow.
AcmePackingCompany.com @JUMOSQ. Appreciate you, my friend. Enjoy day 2 of the draft. And maybe we'll talk tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Go Pack, go.
You bet. See you, bud. The one and only Justice Mosqueda. Find him on social media @JUMOSQ. Really quick here. Let's get some prize picks in here before we get to the start of the draft. If I can present my screen. And then we will talk draft for the remainder of the evening. We've got prize picks. So here's what we got. These are some NFL ones. I want you guys to help me out on some ones here. What are we thinking? Myles Garrett, more than 14 sacks. Puka Nacua, more than 8 receiving touchdowns. Ashton Genty, more than 975 or less than 975 rushing yards, basically. Well, we'll take Caleb Williams less. Caleb Williams, 3,524.5 passing yards. We're going fewer than 3,524 for Caleb. We're done with that. And you know what? Rams taking a quarterback. We're going less than Matthew Stafford. It has nothing to do with one another, but we're going fewer today based on that as well. And you know what? We're just going to say it's a very defensive season. We're going to go fewer on Jackson Dart, 3,249.5 passing yards as well. We'll do a $5 entry on that bad boy to win $30. We'll have to wait on that one for a little while until we get a potential payout on that one. But we're going to do it anyway. It's football season. The draft is here. We're going to submit our lineup. Stafford, Dart, Caleb Williams. We're going with fewer on all of those or less than on all of those. I think we got it submitted there. I don't know. It's taking a second, but that's as simple as it is. That's how we get our prize picks in. Again, $5 for the opportunity to win 30. They've got football, they've got basketball, they got baseball, anything you could possibly imagine. It's all out there. Make sure to check it out, prizepicks.com. Use code HMA. It's in the corner over there. And you can get $50 on your first $5 lineup. Again, $50 on your first $5 lineup when you use code HMA. There we go. Now it's officially submitted. Might have had a little internet issue there, but we are officially in. It's that simple. Super fun to play. Cannot recommend it enough. Check it out. Available in most states, including Wisconsin. Terms and conditions, as always, applied. And you can follow me on there as well at Andy Herman NFL. Again, at Andy Herman NFL. So check that out when you have a chance. PrizePicks.com. All right. Dylan ONYT. Love the Reed extension as well. Perfect for Green Bay. Absolutely love to see it. Kevin, thank you for the 5 Pack-A-Day podcast memberships. Hopefully we get some deserving people in the chat. Love to see that. We do have to live through a couple picks right before Green Bay in the division. So the 49ers are officially on the clock, by the way. When the Packers pick at 52 today, the Vikings are at 49 and the Lions are at 50. And then the Packers at 52, the Panthers in between. So we are going to have to sit through the Vikings and Lions picking a player right before us. Hopefully not somebody we want. We talked to Ziggy Ziegler on Happy Hour. He said they're looking at corners in Minnesota. So we could have to potentially dodge a corner from Minnesota at pick 49. So have to be a little bit careful there. Yeah, Packers pick is going to hit today after getting deprived yesterday of no Packers selection on day one. That first, second round pick is going to feel absolutely amazing. Carson, back to both. Can we get, maybe back to Minnesota and then, I don't know, Cole Payton to the Lions, maybe? That'll work. Hope we get a corner or defensive lineman. Tip the picks. Yeah, if I see him, I'll tip them today. I haven't seen anything yet. They're so far behind usually by the time we get to day 2. They were pretty damn behind yesterday for a little bit. 49ers are planning to stick and pick at number 33. So the 49ers are not trading out of that first pick. So if you were hoping Green Bay was going to get up to pick 33, I don't think there's any chance of that, but that is not happening. The 49ers are selecting here at pick 33. No word on anything yet. I need to make sure I get this phone charged so we don't lose it through the course of the show and then lose our updates. Next Packers great could happen tonight. Let's effing go. Go Pack go. Let's hope so. Packers trade up for Hood. What are your predictions tonight? Let's get some predictions in. Cece is my official one. I know lately on some of the pods I've said Kristen Miller, but you can lock it in now. I'm changing it. Cece is my guess at 52 for Green Bay. No trade up, no trade down, sticking at 52. My official tweet that I usually put out every single year. My official tweet today. 5 most likely Packers selections: Kristen Miller, Brandon Cece, Gabe Akis, Zion Young, and Danny Dennis Sutton. Official final lock it in prediction: Brandon Cece. If they trade up, Kristen Miller. If they trade down, Dominique Orange or DDS. And the sleeper going in was Deshaun Stribling, but that is dead with the Jaden Reed extension. DDS no matter what from William. Jawan Gaston from the JTY. Akis to the Packus. I'm just going to say that. DDS, Gabe Akis. Reach on Orange. Trade up for Miller or Hood. I talked about this on Happy Hour. I love D'Angelo Pons. I would freak the hell out. That would be amazing. I would be going crazy. That would be so fun. I would love every second of it. There's 0% chance. Trade down and take Orange or DDS. Trade up for Miller, DDS. Best run stopper. Braswell, Hunter, Hood. Just stay at 52 and best player available. DDS and Neal today. Pons today. Good luck with Pons. I think your heart's going to be broken. Pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. Have not seen anything as of yet. Matt says Cece. Caden McDonald says Green Marbles. Good luck getting Caden McDonald that far. That'll have to be a trade up. Still haven't seen any tipping of the picks. Caleb Proctor in the third would be sweet. If Miller falls to 48, call Atlanta immediately. Well, you might need to get to 47 because Atlanta could always use defensive tackles. I don't think they have much in their defensive tackle depth chart right now. So you might need to get ahead of Atlanta because they traded Ororo. They've got Mason Smith, who's an interesting player. They need interior defensive linemen really, really bad. So if be careful, be woeful of the Falcons at 48. You might need to get to 47 if one of those guys are there because there's a strong chance Atlanta would potentially take one of those guys. Deshaun Stribling to the 49ers. Wow. I had the Packers as a sleeper for Stribling, and I had people in my chat being like, round 2, it's a little too early for Deshaun Stribling. Like, he's going to go round 2. I did not think he was going to go this early, and I liked Stribling, and I was pretty certain he was going to go in the second round. I did not think he was going to go pick 33. That's a great scheme fit, by the way. One of my favorite things to do, because we get into so much of the hustle and bustle of the actual draft itself, is it's like probably like Monday I'll get to this, maybe on Sunday, but I love to just go through and look at like the scheme fits and like what players fit really well with their spots. Stribling to the San Francisco 49ers is a phenomenal fit. I had Stribling 61 on my board, and I was higher than most. So let me get my little tools out here. Stribling I had at 61. Brugler had him at 67. I guess Daniel Jeremiah had him at 62. The consensus board had him at 99. So yeah, that's where those were at. And I had him at 61. So it's slightly higher. And I'm still 28 picks behind on that. And I had him higher than the consensus, Brugler or Daniel Jeremiah. So yeah, that's probably, I mean, I still think Simpson is maybe the most like just, in the moment shock, but that's probably the biggest like difference on consensus so far, especially if you're going on the consensus big board. Again, 99th overall on the consensus big board. He goes 33. That's a 66 pick difference at the end. Very interesting pick. I like the player a lot, and I love the scheme fit for Stribling to San Fran. So good match there. I do not think the Packers are drafting. If they draft Taylor Green today, that would be I was not a fan on tape. I mean, he's super athletic. Do we get Basantis to Arizona? It is Basantis to Arizona. All right, so Basantis to Arizona is in. Nice job, MICH. Basantis was 36th on my board. He goes 34 to Arizona. They got that pick in right away. Dane Brugler had him exactly at pick 34, like 34 on his big board, I should say. DJ had him at 52. Consensus was at 46 for Basantis. He was one of the ones I struggled with. One of the things that I think is a strength of mine, and maybe this is a weakness, I don't know, you can define it either way, but I don't always, just think that everything that I think is 100% right. So what I mean by that is I was a little bit lower on Basantis, but a bunch of really, really smart people that I trust with their evaluations that are really smart with offensive line play were just like gaga over Basantis. And there was a lot of buzz he was going to go late round 1. So, I kind of bake in a little bit of like room for error that I might not have everyone, perfectly right. And if some really, really smart people who evaluate offensive line play really well, maybe they picked up on something that I didn't pick up on. I didn't hate him. I thought he was a second round guy. I'm not like taking a guy that I thought was like a 5th rounder and moving him up to the second because other people say so. But I took somebody that I probably would have had like late to mid round 2. And I kind of bumped him up just because there was so much insane positive buzz from a lot of really smart people I trust. So bumped him up a little bit, but what did I have him at? 36 in my final. He goes 34 here. And again, I know a lot of people really, really liked him as a guard. He's a guard only. He's kind of an interesting player with how he blocks, but he's still good no matter what. He was always going to be a second round type player. Yeah, so they get the 49ers this offseason get Christian Kirk, Mike Evans, and Dejon Stribling. It's a pretty impressive group of wide receivers. And yeah, Ayuk will absolutely be gone. I saw somebody say that in chat. I think Akis is pretty clearly better than DDS. I'm closer to Daniel Jeremiah on DDS. Where do I have him here? Got to get this back in the right spot. DDS, where are you? I had him at 74. Brugler had him at 60. Daniel Jeremiah had him at 107. And then consensus is at 72 for DDS. But I have him at 74, but would lean kind of closer to Daniel Jeremiah's side of things. I think second is insanely aggressive for DDS. I think a third round pick is where you want to get him. And I think he's probably more of like a fourth round player. But he's the weird part about DDS, all right? You watch his tape and you are completely underwhelmed. It's not fun tape to watch always. And then you go and you check his testing, and he's an elite tester. He's got unbelievable size, long arms, and you check his productivity. You check the box score and everything, and he was super productive in the Big Ten for a big time program. Played a lot of snaps, a lot of big time games, and so it's like, okay, I don't get the warm fuzzy when I watch him, but he has all of the athletic traits. He has all the production. What else? Like, what else kind of matters? Like, he was playing in a big time conference, had a lot of, productivity, sacks, etc., and checked all the boxes from a testing standpoint. At the end of the day, I don't really, I guess, care how, impressive some of it looks sometimes. So there is that to it, but man, I did not enjoy my overall watch of DDS, if I'm being honest. Pick is in for Buffalo. So after all the talk of like, we're going to get all these trades at the top of the second round, we have no trades so far. Buffalo Bills sticking and picking at pick 35. They, to be fair to the Bills, haven't they traded down 3 times already? So they probably have the picks that they need already. Happy day 2, Andy. Thanks for doing the fundraiser with Mac. I got diagnosed with autism in my early 30s. As a fellow football nerd, I love the level of detail you bring to your coverage. Cheers. The short diabetic, cheers to you as well, my friend. Was happy to do it. Love doing it. Great partnership. TJ Parker to the Bills, by the way. But yeah, was very, very happy to do it. And hopefully we'll be able to do something like that again at some point in time in the near future. But to raise over $5,000 for Mac was really, really awesome. And I appreciate everyone who donated to that. Yeah, I don't know how far McCoy is going to drop, but this is so far, by the way, just to kind of take a quick aside here. This has been a really good start for Green Bay. No corners, no defensive tackles. Knock on wood. Dejon Stribling, Chase Basantis, and TJ Parker. Justice just said TJ Parker was a player they were interested in. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit happier with that because I wasn't a huge TJ Parker guy. But I think overall you have to be pretty pleased with where things are at right now. All right. So Vegas moved up or Texans moved up? Who moved up? Oh, Texans easily could be taking a defensive tackle. And they probably wanted to get ahead of the Giants because the Giants were probably going to take, this is going to be McDonald, right? I thought they were going to take McDonald, the Texans in the 20s when they picked her, when they took Rutledge. I thought they were going to take McDonald there. It's actually not that big of a, so they trade 38 and 91 for 36, 117. So Texans move up. This has to be McDonald. If it's not McDonald, I bet it's Kristen Miller, but I would be willing to bet it's McDonald. By the way, that's sick. You already can't throw on that team. And now they're going to have one of the best run stuffers, if the best run stuffer from this draft. That's not fair. That defense is just going to be insane. Absolutely insane. If they can get CJ Stroud to bounce back in any sort of real way and start playing like he did as a rookie, basically. And I think Tank Dell will help with that a lot. I think Tank Dell was a huge reason. Katie McDonald is the pick. Katie McDonald is gone. He goes to the Texans. It's a phenomenal pick for the Texans. It's a phenomenal fit for McDonald. Sucks that he's off the board, but I don't think he was ever going to make it past the Texans at 38, no matter what. The Giants were either going to take him at 37 or the Texans at 38. And this makes all the sense in the world. But I don't know what you do against that Texans defense other than pray. And again, if Stroud just bounces back in any way and can look like a more competent quarterback, if you get good quarterback play out of Stroud, I think they're the representative in the AFC. And I think they are arguably, to me, like one of the real legit Super Bowl contenders. That defense is that good, but I just don't trust Stroud based on what I've seen on tape the last couple of years. Miller could go to the Giants. That would suck, but it could. All right. Haven't seen anything on the Giants yet. But again, Caden McDonald did just go to the Texans. Great pick for them. All right. Well, that's one person that's getting banned from chat forever. All right. That person's gone. I don't know what the deal is with Stroud, but he, after having an unbelievable rookie year, just has not looked anywhere near himself. Dunker to the Giants. I think that'd be a little high for Dunker, but we'll see. Which prospect is a man among boys? I mean, these guys are all super athletic. So I guess, what is it? Xavier Harris or whatever. Go check that dude's tape out. 6'8" defensive tackle. I didn't actually like the tape all that much. And I think he has 2 domestic violence things that he's got to work through too, which is not great. Xavier Harris is a freaky sort of dude, though. Go check him out. I don't know. I was okay in Boston. Actually, probably this is right around probably where I had Boston, to be honest. I had Boston. I had Boston at 39. So what, we're at 36 right now? All right, so Caden McDonald went. I got to update my board here. Caden McDonald went. Basantis went. I don't think I did. All right, I took Basantis off the board. I got to take TJ Parker off the board. There we go. And Caden McDonald I got. All right, so I think I'm up to date. The highest players on my board right now, I've got Jermod McCoy, which again is just injury related at this point in time. Colton Hood, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Eli Stowers, Traden Stukes, D'Angelo Pons, Kristen Miller, Jacob Rodriguez, Denzel Boston, CJ Allen, and Anthony Hill Jr. That's where my board is at right now. Again, not specific to the Packers. There's the trade we talked about. Yep, so just Caden McDonald. We do not have a Giants pick as of yet. We're what, to 37? If you're looking for Packers to move up territory, I think 45, 46, 47 is probably a little bit more that range. Jordan Schultz has been the one that's been, kind of tipping the picks, although it seems like some of the other insiders are maybe a little bit more today as well. But I think it's been mostly Jordan Schultz again. No other updates. Per Jordan Schultz, the Texans obviously were worried that the Giants were going to take Caden McDonald, which understandably after they traded Lawrence away. Yeah, the McVay thing is interesting. There's multiple reports that McVay was totally good with it. So I don't know what to make of that. Not a green screen. I keep wanting to throw something. I don't have anything good to throw. Throw my... See? There you go. Not a green screen. What would it cost for moving up 7 spots? It's like a 4th round pick at that, right around that range. And you just want to say thank you for the time and effort you put into this. Makes the beginning of my shift every day a little more bearable. Happy to do that, Motox. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support. And thank you to all of you guys. It really means a lot. We got 1,600 freaking people here in chat already. And should be a really fun night with 2 Packers selections. Can't wait to break those down with you guys. Yeah, the McVay stuff, again, very, very interesting. Yeah, a lot of emotional players. You love to see it. Um, Again, even just having a son or two sons who play soccer and knowing what they put into it, I can't even imagine at this level what that sort of means. And just like life changing money and not that that's obviously everything either, but it's just remarkable. Just absolutely remarkable. Who's the linebacker? Is it Betcher, by the way, like the linebacker? Let me find him really quick. I got to find his name. Make sure I'm saying it right, or at least mostly right. It's the linebacker from, what was it, Oregon? Bryce Betcher. I don't know if you guys saw this. Bryce Betcher got drafted in like the 12th round by the Astros. And I know this isn't the first time that somebody's been drafted in baseball and football or whatever, but like I can't even remotely fathom that, like, how hard it is to get to a sport, right? That you have to be that damn good to like master that one sport. Can you imagine being good enough to get drafted in, in like 12th round in a major league? That sounds like in the NFL, if you were drafted in the 12th round, it's a throwaway pick. Like that's a legitimate pick in Major League Baseball. To get drafted in the 12th round by the Astros and to get drafted probably, he's going to be day 3 somewhere. I would think. I don't think he's going to go today. But I just can't even fathom it. Cannot absolutely imagine it. Hood to the Giants. Sorry, I got on a wavelength there. Colton Hood, 37, the Giants. He's off the board as well. He was my top non-McCoy player on my board. So not surprised he was off the board there pretty soon. He was 25th on my board. He goes 37th. Next top non-McCoy is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. So corner goes and defensive tackle goes. Nothing surprising here. You would hope that those players were going to last as long as possible just to maybe continue to push, maybe some of the other corners and defensive tackles down. But I never expected either McDonald or Hood were going to get to 52. That was never a real possibility. But we got about 14 more picks to go before Green Bay is set to select. So sweating out, Kristen Miller is really probably now kind of the main, like, real target player. I think everything after that is, again, eye of the beholder. Maybe if you're a Zion Young person, maybe if you're a Brandon Cece person, if you are the other one I would say, I know Avion Terrell, that would be another one where, again, just a lot of difference of opinion. I'm not quite as high on Terrell, but at 52, it's totally fine. Terrell is literally 51 on my board. So if you get him 52, totally cool with that. Yeah. So but yeah, bummer still to see the good players go off the board, no question. Since I'm sure you've seen or been asked about it 10,000 times, be as brief as you like. How do you feel about the Reed extension number wise? I like it. No, I love it. And again, I can say this because I talked about it a few weeks ago. I said 4 years, 45 to 50 million was totally good. And then if they would have done, like 3 years, 60, I would have said, all right, you're going to have to go find it elsewhere. But it was great value. It's not going to affect Watson. It's not going to affect Kraft. They still have all the money that they need for those extensions. You're paying him like basically like a number 2 wide receiver. I love the deal. I'm a huge Jaden Reed guy. I think he's going to have a phenomenal career in Green Bay, and happy to see him back with the Packers. How much to take the hat off, Andy? I don't know. I really don't feel like taking it off. I mean, I can take it off at any time if people want me to. I have a short haircut right now, but I don't know. Probably just keep the hat on for your sake. Tex Pack fan, tonight is the night the kids get introduced to Andy Herman. From a hardworking father to another, thank you for everything you do. Sending love and money from Texas, my guy. That's very kind of you, Tex Pack One. And hello to your kids. Pack a day. That's what you need to be listening to every single day. Getting good habits. Start setting them up the right way. But no, I appreciate you, Tex Pack fan One. Andy, do you think this draft is light on talent because NIL is keeping players in college longer? That's a little bit of it. I don't think it's entirely that. There's some that stayed that, probably go, maybe you get a couple day 2 guys, but probably more day 3 guys. But I don't think that has everything to do with it. 1,673 viewers. Thank you guys so freaking much. Appreciate you a ton. Just extend Kraft and I'm happy. He'll get done. I have 0% concern with him getting done. Tucker Kraft will be a Packer. I missed a super chat. Where did I miss the super chat? I don't think I missed the super chat. Oh, here it is. Thoughts on Chandler Rivers? High on Bleach Report's big board. I didn't like him as much. He to me is a slot guy only. And again, I just have a limited value usually, unless again, I think you're just a different level player. I had him. I don't think I actually ended up having him on. Did I have him in my top 100? No, I ended up him not being in my top 100. So just outside of it, he probably would have been somewhere between 100 and 110 if I would have kept going with it. But no, he was just outside my top 100. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. This is the first time since you redid the background that I've tuned into YouTube, mostly a podcast guy. Love the Collins jersey. Would have been a gold jacket guy if not for injury. Would have been close. Would have been close. Raiders take Stukes. It's one of my guys. He's never going to be a Packer, so that's fine that he goes, but definitely one of my favorite guys in this draft. I think we have to change the calculus a little bit too with some of these older players, because if players are going to stay longer because they can make more money in college, it's not like they're not developing. So, if a player just is now maturing more in college, getting ready, and that they're more ready to go day one, that's not the worst case scenario. So I just think we have to adjust a little bit because of the NIL money and players staying in college a little bit longer, that you're going to get these guys like Stukes and Keontae Scott, who are going to be, close to 25 years old, but they're coming in as fully functional, well-developed players that are going to be able to come in and help you right away. And that you have to evaluate them more for what they are, understanding that there's not going to be a whole lot more where they can get a whole heck of a lot better because they're 25 years old. They're going to be a little bit more set with what they are. But you look at Stukes on tape and he can immediately help a team. I don't think it's and maybe this sounds insane. I am not shocked at all that he went before McNeil Warren. And I said, I think Stukes can be the best safety in this draft. I know that's a little bit blasphemous when you've got a pretty vaunted safety class in this one, but I think Stukes is that good. I think he can be a really, really good safety in this league. And he can play slot too, which is really, really nice. Listening in my car, when you say a name, please also say the position, because we don't know these guys as well as you. Thanks. I'll try to do my best on that. So Stukes, safety. I don't know why Hood fell to the second. He was always, probably a little bit on that late first, early second fringe. I had him a little bit better at 25 overall, but not anything super crazy there. Stukes was 32 on my board, by the way. So he goes, 38 here? Did I miss? All right, I got to make sure I got my board updated. Colton Hood, I think I took off. Yep. Caden McDonald, TJ Peck. All right, I'm all set. We have the Browns at 39. We still have way too many picks to go before Green Bay gets here. A lot of players to sweat out. I did not. I've heard good things about Fuller, but I didn't get a chance to watch him. And if anyone want to predict the first player that gets picked that I didn't watch, I didn't get a chance to watch the final wide receivers today. I was supposed to, and I just way too much going on. The day just flew by today, so I didn't get to. So, I did not get to watch at the end of the day today. Eric McAllister, Jeff Caldwell, CJ Daniels, Josh Cameron, Cyrus Allen, Kendrick Law, or Malik Benson. I was hoping to watch those guys. I did not get to, but let me know who you think will be the first player who I won't know that, or I haven't watched, that gets drafted. Denzel Boston to Cleveland. Interesting that they get him and Concepcion. They double up at wide receiver without having a quarterback. That's interesting. I guess if you're gonna try to get the most out of Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders, I guess give him some weapons. Maybe Bernie Kosar can come back. Sorry. Denzel Boston, wide receiver, Washington to the Cleveland Browns. My bad. Robert, thank you for the super chat. Canadian here who listens every day. I'm dealing with some medical stuff, and this will probably be my last year to watch the pack and listen every day. Just letting you know how much I love the pod. Oh, Robert, I absolutely hate hearing that, my friend. I don't know what you're dealing with. I don't know what's going on. I do know that I'm a pretty firm believer in, thinking positively and trying to change mindset a little bit. I hope things can turn around for you. I think there's always miracles that can happen. Again, don't know your situation. I'm not trying to, give you false hope or anything like that, but just continue to think positive, whatever it is that you're going through. And if it is something that there's no turning around, we'll just enjoy every single day. I appreciate you coming in and joining this podcast today. And hopefully you can enjoy a Packers season and many to come. But very, very sorry to hear that. And I hope things can turn around for you, and definitely will be thinking and praying for you, my friend. If you need anything, let me know. DMs are always open. Happy to have a conversation. If you need anything, just let me know. And we're definitely thinking and praying for you, my friend. Adam, thank you for becoming a brand new member. Appreciate that. If Jeff Caldwell, wide receiver out of Cincinnati, on my radar. Again, he was one I did not get to watch. I was supposed to watch him today, and I just didn't get to it. So I was hoping to. If I would like to say that I could watch him before tomorrow. My next, up until tomorrow at draft time is going to be just insane. So we're going to go through the draft today. As soon as the draft is done, I believe Ross Uglum is going to have an immediate reaction, audio and video, waiting for me for the 2 picks that they made. I have to edit and upload those right away. As soon as that's done, I think I'm going to try to do a quick gut reaction video, upload that. Then probably do some breaking down of tape and watching the 2 players even a little bit more that the Packers drafted. Do an episode for tomorrow, as well as preview day 3. Get that uploaded. Probably not get to bed till like 4 or 5 in the morning. My son has a soccer game at 10:40, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that range. That's about 40 minutes away. That is in Kakana, so I got to go there. And I don't have to, but I'm excited to go there, watch his soccer game, come back, start the live show here at noon. So my tape watching days are over up until the players are drafted, and I get to know these Packers that they actually select. Yep, R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher out of Oklahoma to the Chiefs at pick 40. I'm a little surprised they did that, because, they just drafted, what was that, like Uzama? I always forget how to pronounce his name, but they just kind of drafted this player a few years ago, and it kind of didn't work for him. Felix Anadike Uzama. They just drafted him, and he was, there's no 2 players that are exactly alike. He was 6'3", 255. He actually was probably a little bit bigger than R. Mason Thomas, but yeah, interesting selection there for KC. Andy, do you have video of Diego Pavia, Heisman runner-up, and then no word? Yeah, I heard he's going to go undrafted, so I didn't watch him. I'm sure I probably have film of him, but I haven't taken a look at it. Andy, my boyfriend loves listening to you, therefore so do I. Dying to know how you use the restroom. Like, you have to be more specific, Carrie. Like, do you want to know the exact? No. Yeah. Thankfully, I've been always very blessed with a very good bladder, so it's never been an issue. So I could probably chug this brisk iced tea and still be good to go till the end of the draft. But yeah, I do use it from time to time, I promise. Did they just show the Cleveland board? Actually, that'd be very funny if they actually did. Yeah, Carrie, I don't think you want to know. Maybe you stick to your boyfriend, Carrie, in that situation. So Cassius Howell to the Bengals at 41. This, for the most part, been a pretty good trend of picks here for Green Bay. R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howell, undersized edge rushers. I don't think Green Bay was going to go in that direction. Appreciate that, GB Pack fan. Yeah, appreciate that, Ray. A lot of really good people in this community for sure. A lot of really good people. We're all thinking about you, Robert. What position will Goody take the shotgun approach on this year? Like wide receiver and I think corner, they'll take 2. They could always take 2 offensive linemen. They could take 2 defensive linemen, but I think corner is your best bet. Alex, thank you for the super chat, or sorry, the memberships, I should say. Appreciate that. Mountain Dew bottle. Yeah, just have a slew of Mountain Dew bottles under the desk. So Howell at 41. Andy, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, Alex. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Sebastian, thank you. Insanely thank you, my friend. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Andy, to help us understand the draft in football overall, especially for someone non-American in Argentina who has never played a second of football. That's a cool part, right? Like, we have not had to play the game in order to enjoy the game. So you're more than welcome. Super kind of you on the super chat, and glad that you were enjoying it. It's a joy of mine to be able to get to talk to, just talk sports with you guys, talk football with you guys. But yeah, thank you so much, Sebastian. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Ultra Suede. Thank you, Luke. You have to go all the way to Kakana tomorrow. Brings you back to your coaching roots. Luke, nice job, my friend. Good memory. I used to coach soccer in Kakana. But yeah, I am heading there. What is it? Greeno Field or Greeno, something like that. Fields. I got a game there tomorrow for my son. Looking forward. They're playing an age group up. Should be a good challenge. He's on the top team. So looking forward to see how they play tomorrow. Yeah, Zion Young's still on the board. Keep that one in mind. After extending Reed, Goody is going to take Scott, the short corner who might be functional outside. I like Keontae Scott is one of those players that I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. Take him if you want him. I'm never going to be upset. Figure out the rest later. He's that type of player for me. What's that hoodie? Where did you get it? Green Bay Packers. And it was at the Packers Pro Shop. I don't know. Like, that was during the, the throwback last year, I think it was. So I don't know if they still have it, but yeah, it's more of like a shirt hoodie. It's nice and light, but it's awesome. Yeah, Sliding Hill and Kakana. Big Citrus, defensive tackle, Iowa State. Dominique Orange is on my board at pick 66. So he's 66 on my board overall. Oh, I'm fine with Cece, but I like Miller. So I would 1,000,000,000% take Miller over Cece. William, if DDS becomes Daniil Hunter, I will get you a case of Luiges Pizzas, my friend. Just making sure I didn't miss any picks here. I don't think I have. We are at pick 42 in New Orleans at the moment. Have we had any trades today? We had the one trade. Only one though. Pretty quiet on the trade front. 42. So we've got Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, Bucks, Colts, Falcons, Vikings, Lions, Panthers. So we got 10 picks to go and then Green Bay. That still feels so long. Miller just went? Oh no. Is that true? Oh no. Oh, it is. Saints took Kristen Miller. Defensive tackle, Georgia. Saints took Kristen Miller. The dream is dead. All is over. Logging off for the night. You guys have a good one. No, it's now Ponds or bust. No, again, this was always pretty expected. Like I said, 42 is maybe the range where they could start taking a look at things, but I think you would have to get to that 47-ish range. He goes be a pretty solid 5-6 picks before then. It was always a pipe dream all the way along. Never really expected to get there to 52. Just the sweat when you're not picking until 52. You got to see a lot of these really talented players come off the board. It's a bummer. How does Kraft's ACL injury impact his contract extension? I don't think it does at all. I think they saw Christian Watson come back unbelievable last year. They took care of Rashawn Gary right after the ACL injury. If anything, they might get a little bit of a discount, like a couple million or something, but I don't think it's gonna change things too much. Tucker Kraft, tight end, Packers. Do you think the Packers would take Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker? Oh, crap. Is he no, the other one was which Texas one is he from, right? No, he's that's Hill. Oh God. Now I'm panicking. I can never remember the college. Rodriguez is Texas. Oh, it was a Texas team. All right, Texas Tech. I always get the A&M, the Texas Tech, the Texas. I get all those guys mixed up. So Texas Tech, Jacob Rodriguez. I know we are looking at linebackers, but he seems special. I think he's good enough that they would potentially consider it at 52. I think linebacker is just really tough, but I have him, I think, right in this range. I have Rodriguez. I have him at 37. So he's great value at 52. but it's just really tough when they don't really need a linebacker at this point in time. YouTube Addict, hopefully to the Pack a Day. You got to change that to Pack a Day Podcast Addict, YouTube Addict. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Miami could definitely take a Packers type player here. That's one of the things we have to worry about with a Packers disciple GM now in Miami. So I think if you're looking Packers types, right? If you're looking at players that the Packers could be interested in, Lee Hunter is still out there. Zion Young is actually probably now a little bit more of an interesting sort of keep an eye on him. Lee Hunter, Zion Young, Gabe Akis, Avion Terrell, Brandon Cece, and DDS. Those are probably the big ones. Again, Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Dominique Orange, defensive tackle, Zion Young, edge rusher, Gabe Akis, edge rusher, Avion Terrell, corner, Brandon Cece, corner, DDS, edge rusher. Those 7 very Packers-y types at positions that they would want. There's also, I think we probably should start having a little bit of a conversation about offensive line too. Jennings Dunker is still out there. Caleb Tiernan is an interesting Packers-ish type, and Emmanuel Pregnon is still out there as well. Pregnon, Tiernan, and Dunker, if they went offensive line, could be a few players that would be in play for the Packers as well. Jennings Dunker, Awa, all of those offensive linemen, by the way. Go Pack Cats. I have a generational tweet that will come out if the Packers select a specific player today. Not going to say who it is. I will tell you at the end. We do have a trade. The Cowboys are trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winters. Big news. Big news. Cowboys get D. Winters from the 49ers. Let me know your thoughts in chat. All right. That's the latest. Can you quickly predict the next Christian Watson contract if he has a great year, average year, gets injured again? First of all, he'll sign his contract. My guess would be before the season starts. And look for something between the Jameson Williams contract, which was 3 years, $83 million with $67 million guaranteed, and the Alec Pierce contract, which was 4 years, $114 million with $84 million in guarantees. Something between those two is probably what you're looking at for a Christian Watson extension. Oh, you know what? Again, I don't think there's any chance they actually take McCoy, but we will, it's at least worth keeping him a little bit in our minds at the moment too, because that would be insanely fun to get like the 10th best, probably better than the 10th best player in this draft. I need more monitors. I've got screens all over the damn place, trying to keep track of everything. Usually I'm pretty organized. There's too much going on. I've got one big board. I've got the current board. All right, I can get rid of this. I got my notes on all my players. All right, I think we're good. I think we're a little bit more organized. Full send for McCoy. The Lions have traded up to pick 54 with the Jets. Dolphins take Jacob Rodriguez at 43. So there you go. Might have been a Packers type going to the Dolphins at 43. So he was right. Good timing on whoever asked the question. Packers type goes to the Dolphins there. Lions at 44, trading with the Jets. See who they take. Hopefully they screw this up. Maybe, it's never too early to get that Jared Goff, long-term replacement. Is it Zion Young for the Lions? That would suck. They have been looking edge rusher, Zion Young, Gabe Akis. Gabe Akis is very much a Lions-y type. 50 and 128 for 44. 50 and 128. 49ers got a 5th-round pick for D. Winters. For whatever case you were mad that the Packers didn't trade a 5th-round pick for D. Winters. I just lost all my notifications, which is fine, but I got to get this back out. R. Mason Thomas is off the board. Steve, he is off the board. R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher, is off the board. 2,000. We had 2,000 people in chat. Let's go. 2,065. Thank you guys. McNeil Warren drops to 52. I think Brian will take him. That would be an interesting selection. I would have a hard time saying no to it. I figure it out later, I guess. So a 4th round pick for the Lions to move up. Still have not seen who the Lions have selected. For the 2,111 in you in chat, hit that thumbs up. Also, just hit that subscribe button. Even if, again, there's 100 of you who are not subscribed yet, just to hit that really quick subscribe button helps the channel so damn much. You're obviously here because you're a Packers fan. You like the channel. So hit subscribe if we could get that. We're trying to get to 40,000, 50,000, eventually 100,000. We would absolutely love to hit that. So if you could be so kind as to hit that subscribe button, we'd appreciate it. Forgetting about draft value, are you a Bryce Lance guy or a Ted Hurst guy? I have them next to each other. I have them one spot away. I love both of them. I really enjoyed the tape study in both. I have Ted Hurst at 63, Bryce Lance at 64. And if you wanted to argue the other way around, I have no issue with it whatsoever. Still didn't see the last pick after trading up. Anyone have it yet? Missed a super chat. I'll get that in a second from Jason. I'll make sure I get that. I'll go back and check those. I can only subscribe once. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys who are subscribing. 2,113 people in chat. We love to see it. Derek Moore. Derek Moore. All right, that's a pretty good outcome. I really like Derek Moore, so I'm not super thrilled that he is a Detroit Lion, but he probably was not a Packers type at edge, not their normal type at least. So that's actually a pretty decent outcome for Green Bay there. All right, so what were our recent picks? We've got Kristen Miller off the board. Make sure I take him off. So Kristen Miller was 34th on my board. He went 42nd. Cassius Howell, I got to take off my board. I had him at 50. He went 41st. Did I take R. Mason Thomas off? I don't think I did. R. Mason Thomas was 80th on my board. He went 40th, so that was a big discrepancy for me there. Denzel Boston went, where did he go? 39th. I had him 39th. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Dukes I crossed off. Yeah, all right, I crossed off the rest. And then our Lions friends here took Derek Moore at picks 44. I had him at 71 on my board. So overall, not bad. Derek Moore, edge rusher, Michigan. For those listening, let me get back to the super chats here. All right, Seth. Anyone worth trading up for before our next pick? McCoy would be the one if you like him. He probably makes the most sense. Again, and I don't think they're going to trade up for the injury issue, right? But outside of that, I would say probably not. I think you just stick and pick. If they like Zion Young a lot, he would be potentially the other one. Ravens are on the clock at 45 overall. I don't know if that was a trade or not, but Ravens are on the clock. I don't think that was a trade. So they're at 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more picks before Green Bay. So I have to sweat out 7 more. Thanks for all you do, Andy. Time to lock up Tucker. That'll happen. And Matt, always thank you for being here. See you a ton. Thanks so much. If McNeil Warren drops to 52, I think Brian will take him. Could. It's a very interesting situation if they would do that. In your opinion, what is the difference between Zion Young, DDS, and Gabe Akis? Zion Young, physical, violent, edge setter, doesn't have the juice and the closing speed. All right. Like that, the one thing he's really missing is he does not have that closing burst to the quarterback. It's a little bit more methodical, not going to have as many quick wins to the quarterback, but he is still athletic enough. And he's going to bring that piss and vinegar and violence and anger and all of that great stuff, that relative a-hole score we talk about. Zion Young has it in spades. So that's what he's going to bring. And he's going to be a kick-ass edge setter and as a run defender as well. Akis is good closing burst, really good athlete, big time effort rusher, needs to figure out more of a pass rush plan, pretty good edge setter, but he is absolutely relentless. Good productivity in college at Illinois. and he can absolutely get after the quarterback, but he just does not quit. He will come after you and come after you and come after you. The play is never dead. He'll get a bunch of hustle sacks. And if he can ever figure out just a little bit more of a pass rush plan, he's going to have a really good career. But he's still, again, just his relentlessness in and of itself is a really good trait to have. And then DDS, I kind of talked about earlier, longer, a little bit more plodding, methodical, but he's got great high-end athleticism. Again, the tape is like, you watch it and it's like, there's not much there. And then again, you see the athletic testing and he's a freak. He's got long arms, great body, and he had a bunch of productivity in college at Penn State. So I think DDS is a round 3 guy. I think Gabe Backus is an end of round 2 guy. I'm a little bit surprised Zion Young's not gone yet, but they all are just a little bit different flavors of edge rushers. Zion Young, Missouri, DDS, Penn State, Gabe Backus, Illinois. Guys, no need to theorize. We're taking whoever has the highest RAS. Again, a little bit of a misconception. Like everybody that's going is like an 8 RAS guy or higher. Like this entire first 2 days, like all of these guys are just insane athletes now. Ravens take Zion Young. So Zion Young is gone. He goes to the Ravens. That was one more of like, all right, that could have been a potential player for Green Bay. So a lot of these Packers types now off the board. I feel better about my Cece pick at the moment. Feel better about it, but we'll see if that happens or not. Slime is with me on the Cece pick. Where do you have the mullet kid from Iowa? Dunker? Dunker is at 54 on my board. And that's even a little higher than I kind of wanted to put him, but it's right around that range, I think. I'm a Red Raider. I wanted Rodriguez. I'm sorry, Bill Brasky. My apologies. F the team in Chicago and go Pack go. Appreciate the super chat, Mark. Yeah, no Zion. Zion is a Raven. That's a very Ravens-y type pick. This is the dichotomy of NFL draft chat. Please, Cece. No, Cece. So Marina says no, Cece. Matt says please, Cece. I don't love Cece, if I'm being honest. I've gone back and forth a little bit. I watched some more of his tape today. That was the one player I did take a little bit more time again to watch today. And I'm just like, he's 20. I love that he's 20. There's some things he does really, really well. But yeah, it's just a little bit of more of a work in progress than I think I'd want. There we go. Maybe Cece. Cece doesn't want to be a Packer because Andy called him sissy for a whole episode. He'll demand a trade. You just heard it wrong. It wasn't actually me saying it wrong. You actually just heard it wrong, and so did everybody else. Thoughts on Cece versus McCoy as a prospect? One's a top 10 guy, and the other's a bottom 2nd round guy. Like one can cover everything and do everything, but has a knee that might explode at any given moment. The other's 20 years old, super talented, fast. A mostly willing run defender with some bad technique at times. Does shy from contact a little bit, but super fast, plays in breaking routes really, really well. Not the most agile corner in the world, a little bit Eric Stokesy, but still very talented. Pregnon I wouldn't be too upset by that. It's not exactly their type. They usually like those tackle types that move inside. But Trotter to the Bucks. I like that pick a lot. It's a good defensive draft for them. They get Trotter and Bain. Trotter was 60th on my board, so Tampa takes him 46. And then I got to get Zion Young off my board here too. Zion Young was 45th on my board, and he went 45th. Ding, ding, ding. Another winner. In case you're wondering, 52 on my board was Caleb Banks. So if you're thinking we're going to get a ding, ding, ding on that one, we are definitely not. Thank you, John. Ponds would be so fun. I told you, pants off, dance off. I didn't actually say that, but I will be freaking out if they take Ponds. Never going to happen. Cowboys and Ravens in Rio in week 3. What an interesting time to announce that. Why would you announce that during the draft? Seems like something that could have been like a next week sort of thing, but whatever. All right. If you knew you were going to take a quarterback at 52, who would you want it to be? I guess Cole Payton. I don't really like any of the quarterbacks, so give me Cole Payton, I guess. And I don't think you want to take him in this point in time. Who's your highest rated player not yet taken. Obviously, Jamad McCoy. Again, I didn't know what to do with McCoy pre-draft because it was just, is he healthy or not? If he's healthy, he's a top 10 guy. If he's not, it just is the eye of the team's drafting of whether or not they want to take him or not. But yeah, he's easily the highest on my board. Then Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety. Jamad McCoy, corner. Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt. D'Angelo Pons, the corner from Indiana. I didn't take Jacob Rodriguez off my board. And then CJ Allen, linebacker from Georgia, and Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker from Texas. And then Brandon Cece and Keontae Scott after that, both corners. Pons is falling. Make it happen, Green Bay. All right, so Zion Young, I think, still the most recent one that we know. We're getting ready. Packers pick coming up. 2,332 people in chat. A lot of emotional players. Love to see it. He plays with a good violence to him. Yeah, look at that blowback with the bull rush. He's a fun player. Ravens got a good one. He would have been a really nice player for Green Bay. Yeah. All right. Thomas, I've been doing it every pick. I've been for the last. I've been even doing it sarcastically. Do you agree with Chimura that the Packers are kind of giving up and punting? No. I swear to God, some of these people covering the team are just beyond clueless. That's an ESPN Milwaukee one, right? I love Alex Strofe to death. Alex Strofe is my guy. Support Alex no matter what. He does a great job. Like legitimately, he's the saving grace there. I'll leave it at that. Alex Strofe does an amazing job. To be fair, I'm going off of what you're saying. I don't know if he actually said that. So I'm just reacting to that statement, but don't ever listen or watch. So I couldn't tell you. What do we got here? I don't get anything right now. Pretty quiet at the moment. Steelers trade up with the Colts at 47. Again, Bucks took Trotter at 46. And the Steelers are on the clock. Where did the Steelers... What did they do? Steelers from... Or the Colts traded up? So the Colts traded up from... Where the hell were the Colts? Or did the Steelers trade with the Colts? Okay, Steelers... Probably... Oh, the Steelers were at 53, by the way. So worth noting that Green Bay probably could have got to this spot if they offered the same deal as Pittsburgh, right? Because Green Bay had pick 52. The Steelers had pick 53. I'll let you know as soon as we know what they gave up. But Green Bay probably could have got to this spot at 47, depending on what the Steelers gave up. But Steelers jump up. We'll see what they take. They could, they're like the most Emmanuel McNeil-Warren team ever. Like that is a Pittsburgh Steeler through and damn through. I don't know if they're going to take him. So the Steelers, the Colts got 53, 135, and 237. They got 249. So they swapped sevens, which probably is nuked out by the fact that the Packers are at 52 instead of 53. So it took pick 135. So yeah, it would have been interesting. It's a tough one to figure out because it's right between Green Bay's picks. So 153 wouldn't have got the job done. And I don't think Green Bay was going to give up 120. So you would have had to do some, draft pick math. So there's not an exact trade that would have worked there for the same amount of value or whatever. But, if Green Bay wanted to get creative with it, certainly if they wanted to give up their 4th round pick, they would have taken it and would have got some stuff back in return as well. That would have been rich for this spot. But yeah, I don't know what, they're taking here, but theoretically, Green Bay could have got to this spot. Again, Steelers trading back from 1 pick behind. They took Jeremy Bernard. He is a really interesting study in this draft as well. Wide receiver, Alabama. he is very like kind of Romeo Dobbs like, just a possession receiver, a little bit of juice after the catch, but just does everything well. He's a good route runner, great hands, a little bit of run after the catch, good red zone threat, pretty solid release game, pretty good effort as a blocker. Like just B's to B pluses for everything. Just B plus at everything. No real negatives. Just a really sound, solid overall player that when you turn the tape on, he's not going to be like, oh my God, Jeremy Bernard, like, look at how amazing he is. But then you like sit and watch and you're like, man, this dude is just good at football. He does everything really well. And he tested great too. So good pick there by Steelers. 1, 2, 3, 4 picks to go before the Packers. 4 picks. Yeah, Justice just tweeted Romeo Dobbs clone for Jeremy Bernard. So let me get I got Trotter off the board. Let me get Bernard off the board here so I can keep track. Bernard was 55 on my board. He goes 47. So potential Packers E-type players: Brandon Cece, maybe Pregnon, Avion Terrell, maybe Jennings Dunker, Gabe Akis, Lee Hunter, Dominique Orange, DDS. 8. Those are probably your 8 that you're looking at. It's hard for me to get to a point where it'd be somebody besides those 8. You never know with the Green Bay Packers. You just never quite know. But those are kind of the 8 that I would look at right now. I'm going to highlight these in yellow, so I've got them. Brandon Cece, Pregnon, Avion Terrell, Jennings Dunker, Gabe Akis, Lee Hunter, Dominique Orange, and the dentist DDS. For those listening around the world that are not familiar, Brandon Cece, corner, South Carolina; Emmanuel Pregnon, guard out of Oregon; Avion Terrell, corner out of Clemson; Jennings Dunker, offensive lineman, probably guard out of Iowa; Gabe Akis, edge out of Illinois; Lee Hunter, defensive tackle. I think Texas Tech. I always get the Texas ones if it's Tech or A&M or whatever. Dominique Orange, defensive tackle, Iowa State. And then Danny Dennis Sutton, edge rusher out of Penn State. Those are, I would say, the most likely selections at this point in time for Green Bay. We're a little ahead of time. I thought Green Bay would pick around like 7:30, 7:45, but we seem to be a little bit ahead of that right now. I have not seen any additional picks here. Pick is in for Atlanta. So we got Atlanta, Minnesota, the Jets, the Panthers, and then we get to the Packers, at pick 52. Green Marbles. We just went through it. We're 1 away from 2,500 in chat. All your crushes are gone. Again, picking 52. This is what happens. This is absolutely what happens. Who should we take here? All right, if I'm GM and everyone's still on the clock right here, I'm just taking, like, again, I need to talk to my medical staff, but I might just be willing to risk it for Jermod McCoy at this point. I think that would be I think I would be happy to do that. Terrell to the Falcons. Yep. Terrell brothers in Atlanta. Terrell and Terrell. That's a pretty cool story. Terrell brothers in Atlanta. Andy just started listening to you recently. Wisconsin native, 50+ year diehard Packer fan, currently living in Michigan. Maybe DDS. Maybe. Could be. All right. So Avion Terrell is off the board. Thank you for your support, by the way, Packer ATN. Terrell's off the board. He was 51st. He goes 48th. 51st for me. Not that it matters, but just in case you're interested. So 3 players to go. Again, McCoy is still there. I don't think Green Bay will take him. Brandon Cece, Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker, Gabe Akis, Lee Hunter, Dominique Orange, Danny Dennis Sutton. Let's play a game. Let's just go through. All right. Jermod McCoy, injury issues. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, 28th on my board. Safety, hybrid, could probably do some nickel linebacker stuff. Really fun defensive player. Just Green Bay doesn't have a spot for him. Eli Stowers, I would freak out about. I love Eli Stowers. He is basically a big slot, can do some 2 tight end sets, can do some H-back stuff, can do some wide receiver stuff, red zone threat. One of my absolute favorites, 29th on the board. Would be a little bit aggressive going tight end here, but maybe not impossible. D'Angelo Pons, corner out of Indiana, 33rd on my board. He's 5'8". There's a better chance that they, I don't know, select me probably at this point. I'm at least taller than D'Angelo Pons. It's the one thing I have going for me. CJ Allen, linebacker out of Alabama, maybe super high instincts, high IQ, would be a great, and I mean great tag team partner with Edgerrin Cooper. I don't know that you could fit a better tag team than CJ Allen and Edgerrin Cooper. You've got the hammer with the smarts and the intellect and the intelligence and the IQ and the instincts, with the super speed demon can do everything in Edgerrin Cooper. That'd be a fun group. Same thing really kind of with Anthony Hill as well. I just like CJ Allen a little bit better. Both linebackers, Brandon Cece, we've talked about at corner. Keontae Scott, don't think you could take the slot corner here, but I love the player a ton. Pregnon would give them a real good battle with Anthony Belton at right guard. AJ Hulsey, they had in for a top 30 visit. Again, safety, a little bit over aggressive. You don't really need one. Jennings Dunker, guard tackle versatility, could probably play 4 different spots. I think you would also give Anthony Belton the run for that right guard spot. Can't imagine they're going to go Chris Bell with the wide receiver coming off the ACL injury, especially with the Jaden Reed contract today. Gabe Akis, Lee Hunter, we talked about. Jake Golday is there. I just like the other 2 linebackers better. And again, I don't think linebacker makes sense. Max Clare, the tight end out of Ohio State. If you want a true tight end set, if Green Bay had a desire to really run 2 tight ends who can block, who can catch, who can do everything, give you a little Tucker Kraft insurance, Max Clare is your guy. He's 62 on my board, probably aggressive and not a position of need, but could be somebody that they look at. I don't think Ted Hurst or Bryce Lance or Chris Brazel II are going to be in play. Dominique Orange, the nose tackle we know about. Hurst, Lance, and Brazel, all wide receivers, by the way. Malachi Fields, Zachariah Branch, wide receivers. Don't think that's going to be in play. Sam Hesh, I don't think they're going to grab a pure center. Bud Clark at safety, more of a center field guy. Caleb Tiernan, a rotational offensive lineman. And then Danny Dennis Sutton, we've talked about. Mike Washington Jr. would be the only other one if they wanted to get the next best running back on the board. Maybe super aggressive would be Takario Davis or Davison Igbinosun, the corners, if they wanted to go in that direction. Maybe a Caleb Proctor too, if they got super frisky and wanted to take the young up and coming small school defensive tackle and try to grab him before anybody else did. That I think is like your all encompassing list. With again, the most likely ones still being Brandon Cece, Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker, Gabe Akis, Lee Hunter, Dominique Orange, or Danny Dennis Sutton. All right. Great coverage. Appreciate you. Thank you, Food and Brew. Appreciate you, K22MGD, 2665 in chat. Panthers moving up. I thought that said Packers for a second. Was about to freak out. Panthers trade 51 and 159. Vikings get 49 and 196. So just a small trade there. The Vikings will now pick 1 pick before Green Bay. Panthers on the clock. All right. Getting closer. Who do you want? Who do you guys want? Churd says Anthony Hill Jr. It'd be an interesting one. I have a tough time with linebacker, but you easily could very well be in a world where Franklin is just a 1-year guy. So you could kind of have a linebacker learn and then cut Franklin next year, get off that contract and go with the younger guy next to Edgerrin Cooper next year. That could be a possibility. Peter's already insufferable. So I joke, I kid. All right, who are the Panthers taking? Panthers moved ahead of the Jets, so they felt like they needed to get ahead of the Jets for some reason. Panthers going to take a quarterback. Had to get it in before the Jets could take a quarterback at 50. That would be that'd be an interesting little snippet here. The Vikings are on the clock. Have we seen picks here yet? Oh, Lee Hunter to the Panthers. All right, Lee Hunter to the Panthers is what I'm seeing in chat. I have not seen that come through yet. All right, there it is. Panthers traded up to get Lee Hunter. He is off the board. Dominique Orange or bust at nose tackle, and kind of for the draft. Like after that, there's not. It's just kind of it dies. So we are now at the point where there's really no quarterbacks left of any real value. There's one running back left, Mike Washington Jr. There's one nose tackle left in Dominique Orange. There's of course like rotational guys and things like that, but I'm like saying of actual real value. It's Dominique Orange, Mike Washington, no quarterbacks. So a couple of these and like really no tackles. Like you're not going to find a tackle who can come in and like play for you right away. So offensive tackle, quarterback are officially dead, and nose tackle and running back are down to like one player left. Break this down soon, friends. Let me get Lee Hunter off my board. Lee Hunter was number 58 on my board. I think Cece or Akis or Dominique Orange, maybe DDS. But I think Orange, Cece, or Akis are your most likely here for Green Bay. If I were betting, my official pick today was Brandon Cece. I could easily see them taking Citrus here based on how the nose tackle sort of market is. I just went over Balnerville. I just went over. Or Balnerville Willie. We just talked about who's left. I literally went through like 1,000 people. No update on Minnesota as of yet. Almost a 3K, 2,813 people in chat. We love to see it. Thank you guys so freaking much. A lot of people want to trade down. I don't have a real issue with Lee Hunter being gone, if I'm honest. I like defensive tackles, so it would have been fine. We're running out of like, there's not, I don't think that there's going to be anything at this point in time where I'm like, I'm super geeked out about it. Unless again, if it's McCoy or if it's Pons, all right, then we're going to be freaking out, and it's not going to be Pons. And I really don't think it's going to be McCoy. So unless it's something like that, I have a hard time believing I'm going to be super excited about it. But again, such is the life when you're picking 52 overall. So again, Lee Hunter at the Panthers pick. Nothing yet. I will. So for those of you who are new here, again, 2856 in chat. As soon as I find out the Packers pick, if you're hoping to wait for it on TV, you're going to have to, this is not the stream for you. As soon as I find it out, I will be letting you guys know. So if you're worried about it being tipped or anything like that, I'm not going to be reacting to it live. I will tell you as soon as I know it and get that out to you guys, because we're going to break that down as soon as possible. Zach Cruz put out his list of 8. Brandon Cece, Gabe Akis, Danny Dennis Sutton, Dominique Orange, Mike Washington Jr., AJ Halsey, Ted Hurst, and Jake Golday. I think you can take Hurst, probably Golday, Halsey, I think off that list. But you never know. Never, ever know. Jets took D'Angelo Pons. So Jets took Pons at 50. So Pons is gone. Again, I love Pons to death. I'm glad he's not a Viking. That would have sucked. But it was never, ever going to be a Packer. Never, ever going to be a Packer. So my geek out here for the Packers would definitely be McCoy if they think the knee is okay, which they're not going to because everyone else doesn't think it's okay. Eli Stowers would be pretty sweet. And then very happy with, I guess happy enough if they take Dominique Orange because I get the nose tackle. Keontae Scott is fun. I don't know how they utilize him. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is fun. I just don't know how they utilize him. So yeah, some interesting picks here, but probably the ones I'd freak out about the most are McCoy, Stowers. And then I do like Max Clare too. Like Max Clare is a sneaky one that I don't think anyone's talked about that I'd be like kind of really, really like that pick. My official prediction for those here, I think they're going to take Cece unless he goes to Minnesota, which Minnesota, we talked with Ziggy, Minnesota looking corner. So Minnesota could easily be in the corner market here, and they could take Cece right before Green Bay does. And some of you are going to be happy with that. I kind of might be a little happy with that. But but I've not seen a Minnesota pick here yet. Pons at 50, the most recent pick that we know. We're 3-0 on ACLs. Take McCoy. We have, I think we have a punch card. If we get one more ACL injury, I think we get a free sub. So just something to think about. You can't take those things for granted. I went to Subway the other day and my sub was $17. So that's not nothing. McNeil Warren would be a pretty good pick for Minnesota there. Don't know if it's not a pick Green Bay probably wants to take. So from that standpoint, it's fine, but he's a good player. I'd probably prefer they take somebody worse, to be honest. They do need a safety though. What's the feeling, everyone? What are oh, did I miss some super chats? All right, sorry. We're busy. I'm risking it for McCoy unless my medical staff tells me he can't play football. I can't play at all. Here comes Dunker or Citrus to Green Bay. Maybe Pons. Well, Pons is gone now. Sorry, I didn't get to that sooner, Johnny. Just finished my Luigi's Pizza. Let's go. I wonder if I must have just totally missed these because I did not see them come in. Should we just trade back and get DDS in the mid 60s? That's if they trade back, I think him or Dominique Orange should be the target. Daryl Green was 5'9", 185. Not saying, just saying. Greg, thank you for becoming a new member. Wow, I really did miss a bunch of these. My apologies. We need to get Cedric Highsmith, Duke University. I don't know if that's a fake name or somebody. I did not. If it is somebody real, I did not watch them. McCoy is a Goody type pick. Think it'll be Cece. Again, that was my prediction going into today. F it, give me McCoy, the real McCoy. All right. Nothing from Minnesota yet. Pons at 50 to the Jets. Packer Gnome, thank you for becoming a new member. Bones McCoy, I'm not a doctor, I'm a cornerback. Aaron Glenn just drafted himself. That's probably true. Aaron Glenn is like the high-end comp for D'Angelo Pons, so that is kind of funny. We're 22 away from 3,000 people in chat. Let's see if we can get there before the Packers pick. All right. Who are you guys hoping for? I think this Minnesota pick will be interesting, and then we'll see what's still out there. Packers are on the clock per the Packers, so the Vikings must have picked. Obviously, they did not trade up, so that is done. We'll see if they have any inkling of trading down. But the Vikings pick is in. Your Green Bay Packers are officially on the clock. I've not seen yet who the Vikings have selected. Anybody have a Vikings update? People want trade back? Akis or trade back? We love you too, Justin Jaquez. Bukowski just mentioned Gannon being in zona with them when taking Will Johnson with his medical questions. Think he could have sway with McCoy? It seems like a little bit of a reach, but maybe. Anthony Dyer, thank you for becoming a new member. Section 8 NEBT, thank you for becoming a new member. Packers pick will be someone we haven't even mentioned tonight. That would be pretty crazy because I just literally went through like 40 different people. Just went through like 40 different people that they could potentially take. So who did the Vikings take? Apparently the Vikings are pretty tight-lipped on everything because this thing is not getting leaked by anyone. I wonder if they could take JJ McCarthy twice. Just pick him again. First one didn't work. See if you can take him again. Packers are on the clock. Thank you to the 3,147 people in chat. They took Golday. That's an interesting pick for them. I have not seen that come through yet, but if they took Golday, that's fine. That's probably not a Packers pick, so that's probably a good thing for Green Bay. But he's a good player. There was a lot of people. Yeah, there it is. Jake Golday, 51 linebacker. All right. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Do the McCoy thing. Like, just do the McCoy thing. How sweet would that be? Just like, they're never the ones that do this. They're never, ever the ones that do that. Could you just once be the team? And again, maybe his knee explodes day one and he never plays it down, and then we just lose the second round pick. So don't do that. But it'd be cool in the moment. It'd be very cool in the moment. We'll see here if we get a pick is in for Green Bay. Pick is in for Green Bay. Let's see who it is. Who will it be? They missed on Carson Beck. Damn Vikings. Why aren't you taking more quarterbacks? NFL Network to commercial as the Packers pick is in. A tradition unlike any other. Who will it be? Citrus makes a lot of sense. Akis makes some sense. I don't know that there's anybody. I have had the running back to Green Bay here was like my vomit inducing. I don't know if there's anybody left that I'm like, I even care that much anymore. That is like, oh my God, they took the running back, Mike Washington Jr. over him. It's still a reach to me big time, but there's not much left at this point in time where I'm like, oh my God, they took a running back over this dude. So I don't know that there's going to be that anything unless it's a quarterback. I think the vomit will stay down almost no matter what. It would be the thing I'd be most excited about Cece about is just getting my pick right at this point, my prediction right going into day 2. Of course, the Green Bay pick 2 is taking forever. We've not seen anything yet. Should I just troll everyone? Like, they took a punter. I'm on pins and needles, just like you guys. Brandon Cece. Brandon Cece is the pick. 52. The prediction is correct. The Packers take Brandon Cece, corner out of South Carolina. There is your newest Green Bay Packer. Again, interesting choice. Some pluses and some minuses. I still might get my tweet for later if they take my guy in the 3rd round, by the way. Let's get this tweet out really quick and then I'll cover everything. All right. So there we go. Cece to the Green Bay Packers. Bring up my notes. He's a young player. Let me see. Let me just get to the right player here. That's important. All right. So my notes on Cece, 9.24 relative athletic score, did not do a 3-cone, had a very average short shuttle. He's 5'11 and a half, 189. Their usual threshold marker is about 190. He's a pound short. Doesn't matter. 14.3% missed tackle rate in 2024. Clean that up a little bit in 2025. Has only 2 career interceptions. That's something that he has to improve upon. He has to have, it's a very Packers-y type pick in that regard. Solid in coverage. Doesn't have the big-time ball skills and interceptions. Very Packers-y in that regard. Very impressive click and close. All right. One of the very first things that I evaluate when I'm breaking down corners is their click and close. Click and close is you're in your back pedal and the ball is thrown. How quickly can you stop your back pedal and close to the wide receiver, right? Especially in a lot of zone coverages, especially in a lot of cover 4s, right? You want to be able to be in your back pedal and then boom, you're closing to the receiver. He has a very impressive click and close. So again, one of the biggest traits that you want, especially in this scheme, is a very good fit for Brandon Cece. He plays in breaking routes really well. All right. Why does that matter? On a lot of, again, these cover 4, those in breaking routes, they can be very difficult to cover. And especially in zone coverage, again, sometimes you're like waiting for the linebacker to take it or somebody else to take it. He on those in breaking routes plays them insanely well. And especially for a younger player, he is only 20 years old. So I want to double check that really quick because I think he's still only 20, but let me check it super quick. Cece is 20. He turns 21 in July. So he turns 21 in July. He's still only 20 years. One of the youngest players in the entire draft. And the fact that he plays those in-breaking routes so well is super encouraging. He's capable of pressing. He's willing as a run defender and a tackler, but it's not always pretty. There is a little bit of avoidance of contact, not really wrapping up the right way, but he's not a bad tackler. He's not unwilling by any stretch of the imagination. Wide receivers will get a step on him, but he does have the makeup speed to make up for it. Only gave up an 80.4 career quarterback rating, a 78.9 quarterback rating in 2025. Only 6 career penalties, which is really low. Only gave up 3 touchdowns in his career and 2 interceptions. Here was the big one. This is one of my favorite stats of all of his career games. Okay, all of his career games, he didn't allow more than 3 completions in any game in his career. So not one wide receiver in playing at a high end program, SEC. Not one wide receiver ever got more. No team got more than 3 completions on him. He only had one game over 100 that he allowed over 100 yards in his career. That was against Cece Concepcion this past year in 2025, where in coverage he allowed 138 yards on those 3 completions. Concepcion had a pretty good day against him. That was his one time allowing over 100 yards in his career. He's got good length. He's got explosion. He's got speed. He does lack technical ability. All right. So that is going to have to be something that you can improve upon. But here's the thing. Again, in a very Packers-y way, hence why this was my prediction for the pick. He is a 20-year-old, super talented corner that has all the traits and skills that you're looking for, that already shows up in click and close in some of the in-breaking routes, that is not allowed only 100-yard receiver in his college career, that has never allowed more than 3 completions, and his technical ability is not there yet. And if you get that technical ability there, now you're talking, right? Now you have something that you can really sink your teeth into. By the way, even with him out, without him being technically skilled yet, I would be not surprised 1 iota. And I mean 1 iota if he was Green Bay's best corner from day one. Like, not surprised in the freaking slightest. Doesn't always have that natural feel. So if click and close is one of the first thing I look for, like that natural corner feel is the other. If you want to ask me like a Packer who had the most natural feel at corner, Jair Alexander, right? Jair Alexander, that dude, when in his prime, right? When he first, like, you could just tell that dude was born to be a cornerback. Like, he just had that natural fluidity to his game. Like, everything, it just felt like he was like attached to the wide receiver in a good way. And like anywhere he went, he could just stay attached to him. There was that natural feel there. I didn't think Cece quite had that. It was a little bit more stiff, a little bit more mechanical than that. I didn't think it was anything egregious, but it didn't have that like raw natural, like, oh yeah, that dude was like, that dude woke up, born out of the womb. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to be a corner, but he's still, again, talented player. And then again, the ball skills are not prevalent. He only had those 2 interceptions in his career. Pass breakups, yes, but the interceptions, the playmaking skills were not there for him in his career. Those were my notes on him. I have yet to open up the draft guide from Dane Brugler on Cece, so we'll go through that really quick. This again is a very, at pick 52 going into the draft, this is about, right around what you would sort of expect a type of player for this. Eagles took Stowers at 54, by the way. That's a really good pick for them. Hate that. Cece was the 7th rated quarterback by Dane Brugler. All right. Pons was 6. Hood was 5. Terrell was 4. Johnson was 3. And then Delane and McCoy were the top 2. He was ahead of, I don't know why he had Stooks at corner. And then, yeah, he didn't have any other cornerbacks who were drafted yet behind him. So he was the next corner that was supposed to go off the board. I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously, but here this was what Brugler had for strengths and weaknesses. Springy athlete who moves with bounce in his feet, transitions out of his pedal, are upright but sudden, loves man-to-man, would be fine playing cover 1 every single snap, runs like the wind, had little trouble staying hip to hip or closing ground vertically in a hurry, drive bursts from off coverage, pops, models his game after former Gamecock Stephon Gilmore, keeps his eyes on the ball when carrying routes through the zone, leaping skills help him obstruct pass attempts over the top, very willing in run support to throw his body at a ball carrier, makes quick trigger reads in run support and flies downhill. His coaches say he is an extras guy and trains with a pro mindset, meshed well after arriving at South Carolina, gradually came out of his shell as a teammate. His weaknesses, a little bit of a slender body type with narrow torso, lean limbs, and small hands, late to anticipate reacting to movement instead of route clues, has speed to regain phase, but struggles to get his body into the right position. Ball skills still need to develop, better finesse against NFL size on the outside, need to be more controlled with his hands downfield. Wild tackling habits will be more noticeable versus NFL ball carriers. This is what I kind of meant by like willing, but maybe not always the most able. Missed 4 games as a sophomore after surgery on his left thumb, wore a cast upon return. An explosive athlete, Cece plays with excess burst and speed to fly to the football. He tends to declare his hips early and relies too heavily on his athleticism rather than his technique or anticipation, leading to coverage losses. When he finds the football, he is capable of impressive athletic feats to knock it away, but he needs to be more consistent with his overall body phasing to shrink catch windows. Despite needing to clean things up in the run game, his downwheel toughness is great to see. Overall, Cece is an unrefined, promising cover athlete with the twitched up movements and speed to become an NFL starter. However, his pro ceiling will be determined by the development of his route recognition and ball skills. He offers inside out versatility with special teams gunner upside. His overall grade on Cece was a second round pick. Again, 20 years old. He'll turn 21 in July on July 3rd. Those are the notes from Brugler on Cece. Let's get Daniel Jeremiah's notes really quick here. All right, so Daniel Jeremiah on Cece. Cece is a fast, twitchy cover corner. He primarily lined up outside at South Carolina. He usually played with his back turned to the sideline, allowing him to see through the wideout to the quarterback. He played with vision, which allows him to use his elite speed to close space and make plays on the ball. He is a loose, fluid athlete. He's not physical in press coverage, though. He carries his hands low and relies on his quick feet to mirror and match. I'd like to see him play with more aggression against the run. He gave up some plays in the games I studied, but it appeared to be more of a focus issue than any physical limitation. That is your newest Green Bay corner. He wore number 15 at South Carolina. He will not be wearing number 15 in Green Bay. So that is, again, newest corner. They listened. You wanted corner. I don't know if you all wanted Brandon Cece, but you wanted corner. They got the corner. They got what was the Dane Brugler's best remaining corner on the board. Let me see where Cece was here. Cece was 46th on my board. He was the highest. Well, I guess McCoy was the highest rating corner remaining, but you get the point. Cece was my highest rating corner remaining. He was 46th on my board, 45th on Brugler's board, 43rd on DJ's board, 44th on the consensus board. This might have been the most consensus player that we have had so far, all in that 43 to 46 range. And he, gets to Green Bay at pick 52. The analytics, the ESPN projection analytics did not love him. Only a 9.3% chance to be a Pro Bowler and only a 14.3% chance to be a starter, for a total of a 23.6% chance that he becomes a starter or a Pro Bowler. I don't know what those numbers mean. I don't know how they're calculating them. It doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot to me, to be honest, but do with that what you will. I think this is a fair outcome player for having your first pick at pick 52. As I said before the pick, I don't think there was anybody on the board, again, outside of, if you take McCoy, sure. There's a couple of players like Stowers that didn't really make sense from a positional standpoint that I would have really liked and enjoyed. But there wasn't that A1 player on the board. It didn't fall that way. Kristen Miller was gone. Dominique Orange to me was, as I've talked about quite a bit, serviceable here in the second round. Always would probably prefer to get him in the third. I talked about this a while ago. I think Dominique Orange is in no man's land. I think he's too rich for 52, and I think he's gone by the time they pick in the third round. So you just have to sort of reconcile that somewhat. Maybe they can get up in round 3 to go get Dominique Orange in round 3, or maybe he just makes it to the Packers. I thought DDS was always a third round guy. Talked about that before the pick as well. So there's nobody here that would have been on the board that I would have been like, oh my God, I can't. There's no TJ Watt here. There's no Creed Humphrey here. There's nothing like that. Your mileage may vary. There's probably some players on the board that you liked more. There's probably a couple players on the board that I liked more. Maybe Cece was your guy. That's cool too. But this is a very Packers-y pick. It's why he was my prediction going into today. He's very much on the young side. Green Bay. What does Green Bay look for? Young players, high-end upside, high-end athleticism, young players, SEC, premium position. Cece is everything they look for. You may not like the formula, but you got to learn to know it because it's exactly what they do year in and year out. Even if it's in round 2, that first pick is very much a type for Green Bay every single time, almost every single time, not every single time, but almost every single time. And this one, it's exactly what they look for to a T. It's why I updated the prediction today. The more and more I thought about it, the more and more it made sense. Here we are. Brandon Cece is in fact a Green Bay Packer. If you're looking, by the way, at the roster, and again, things can change. You never quite know for sure. Let's see. 20 is available. 28 is available. 20 and 28 would probably be your top available numbers for Brandon Cece. As I mentioned, he wore number 15. That is not available in Green Bay. See if he ever wore any other number jerseys. Doesn't look like it. Maybe he wore number 7, unless they just have the wrong picture. Looks like he maybe wore number 2. It looks like maybe he wore number 2 for a period of time. Could we get number 2? It might be number 2, Brandon Cece. Wouldn't be super stunned if he wore number 2. Number 20, number 2, number 28. Those are probably your top potential options for Brandon Cece. Sorry, Gooseby. They did not get Jennings Dunker. We got the Grenard trade really quick, just to break this down. Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a third round pick tonight, 98, and a third round pick. Where did it go? I just lost it. I don't know. There's a third round pick this year, maybe a third round pick next year. But either way, Grenard out of the division is something that I am not too upset by. In a third round pick next year. All right. And then the Eagles signed him to a 4-year, $100 million extension. So pick 98 tonight and a third round pick next year to the Vikings for Jonathan Grenard. Grenard is a Philadelphia Eagle. I like that deal for Philly. I don't know why Minnesota's getting rid of him. We have never been more back. I love the pick. Love that for you, FB fan. That's fantastic. Was it the comp for Cece, Desmond Trufant? If so, I'm very okay with that. I haven't seen that. What did NFL Network give? This was NFL Network's breakdown. All right. So actually, they didn't have a comp for him. Lance Zierlein, round 2 projection. Teams will be willing to take a chance on Cese's explosive athleticism and upside, but a refinement runway might be needed to smooth some of the rougher edges. He's scheme versatile in coverage and is an A-rated run supporter. I don't think A-rated, but okay. Work ethic and athletic testing will work in his favor. However, a lack of instincts and break anticipation could cost him. That's when I say like not natural at the position. That's exactly what I meant. This is probably better worded. Could cost him in a coverage against quality route runners. His press will become a more effective weapon with technical work, and his route recognition should improve with more reps. Again, 20 years old when drafted. That is a crazy number. Like he could get a 4-year contract, a 5th-year option, and he's going to be 25 years old. He's going to get his 5th-year option picked up, and he's going to be 25 in that draft in the 2020 or in the 2031 NFL draft. There will be players older than Brandon Cece in the 2031 NFL draft after Green Bay's picked up his 5th-year option. All right, just put that into perspective. There will be 25, 26-year-olds older than Brandon Cece in the 2031 NFL draft when he's had his 5th-year option already picked up. His press will become a more effective weapon with technical work, and his route recognition should improve with more reps. Cese's traits and competitiveness are clear selling points, but a lack of ball production and coverage consistency create a more volatile floor. From an AFC national scout, you draft him more for tomorrow's tools and not for today's tape. Green Bay Packers, hello. The bad reps are going to get corrected. I like his makeup and his speed. That was from an AFC director. Let's see what Bob McGinn's notes had. What is that? Go long. All right. Drafts. I want corners. All right. Here were the notes on Cece. 5'11", 189, 4'4", 640, third-year junior, won't turn 21 until July. He's a first, one scout said. He's got real quick feet. He's on in cover, or he's on his coverage. He's hard to separate from. He covers all over the place. If he gets beat, he can match up. He's what you're looking for. He's got real quickness. He's better than Avion Terrell. He's more physical. He's meaner. Played for North Carolina State, serving as the dime back in 2023 and playing 9 games in 2024. Started 12 games for the Gamecocks in 2025. He's a football junkie, said a second scout. More of a cover guy than a run support guy, but he can run and he's got pretty decent cover skills. Finished with 65 tackles, 2 interceptions, 10 passes defensed, and 1 forced fumble. If DBs don't have 4 or 5 career picks, I start to worry about them, said a third scout. Were they in man the whole time? I'm pretty sure they weren't. They should have had more picks than that. Posted a vertical jump of 41 and a broad jump of 10-11. Arms were 30 3/4. I like his size and his feet. I like his size and his speed, but I'd feel much better about Cece if he was a 2nd round pick. Well, there you go. Said a 4th scout. He'll hit, but he just doesn't make plays on the ball. 3-star recruit from Sumter, South Carolina. In track, he ran 100 meters in 11.12, and 200 meters in 22:09. Said a 5th scout, he reminds me of Reek Woolen kind of guy. He presses and he can turn and run. In other coverage stuff, I don't think he knows what he's doing. He doesn't have great instincts or anticipation. The movement's not there in space. He's physical sometimes, and other times he's kind of shying away. He can't catch it all. Ball skills are terrible. They, for his scouting report, he had Cece as his 4th corner. So they had McCoy 1, Delane 2, then Hood as the 3, Cece as the 4, ahead of Chris Johnson, D'Angelo Pons, and then every other, and Avion Terrell, Davison Igbinosun, and any other corner that is on the board. By the way, the odds that Green Bay doubles up at corner, extremely high at this point in time. Extremely, extremely high. They've got a full freaking draft yet. All right, what did I miss? What else happened? Cece CJ Allen to the Colts, Eli Stowers to the Eagles, Gabe Akis goes to the Patriots, and oh wow, Nate Borkircher was the next tight end off the board. That I did not see coming. Borkircher, who I liked. I don't even know where to look for this guy on my list. Borkircher was not on Dane Brugler's top 100, was 135th on DJ's board, 163 on the consensus board. That is a interesting selection for Jacksonville. That is a big move from consensus. Bears are on the clock at the moment. Screw the Bears, but they're on the clock. All right, where do we leave off with our super chats here? Got to get caught up here. All right, so we left off. There it is. All right. Isaac, bunch of numbers. All right. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Love the show and how in-depth you get. Is your big board your big board? Yes, it is. Or your estimation? No, it's my big board. Nothing to do with what the Packers would do. Just my pure big board. So I just ranked the top 100. I have notes on all of them. I have notes on a lot more players in the top 100, but I eventually put a top 100 together, and that's just my top 100 players, nothing to do with the Packers. Cubs Alex, thank you for being a member for 2 freaking years, my friend. Called this on our call, feeling whelmed by this. Packers usually insist on taking the freak athlete who isn't all that good at football. And last couple types like this, they've taken it, haven't really panned out. Obviously, the ceiling is there, though. I think it's fair. And again, I think his overall coverage ability in college was better than that of just like Cece was better in college if you're going to do like the risk reward thing than like LVN was, right? Like LVN, you could just tell was a project. I don't put Cece quite in that category of project. I think Cece, like I said, there's a good chance he's their best corner right now. And so that's something to work with. And it just, there's project stuff from a technical standpoint where you can still get better. I think really good route runners are going to give him a really hard time right now. And I think that's going to just be something that has to improve with time. But, if he's going against Justin Jefferson tomorrow, look out. That's going to probably be a bit of a problem. Look who it is. Brandon Cece.
Don't say I didn't tell you. I know nothing about this team. I am a fraud. I gave you 4 names that the Packers like. 3 of them were gone, and the other one we drafted.
We both nailed it, my friend. Tweeted it out earlier today. Official prediction, Brandon Cece. We did it.
Makes a lot of sense. I would have traded back, but he was my top corner left on the board. Board didn't fall great. I didn't think.
Nope.
But I didn't think McDonald or like Parker or those type of guys were ever even going to make it. Wow, Bears drafted Logan Jones. That is way too high for me.
They got their new Dahlman.
I gave him a backup grade.
He's going to be very all over the board. What did you think of Borkircher going a pick ahead to the Jaguars?
First, what the hell pick of the draft, and that was their first pick because they didn't have
right. Oh my god,
the Travis Hunter trade up.
I totally forgot that was their first pick too.
Yeah, they spent all this time, and then we're like, yeah, Borkircher.
Borkircher was not on Brugler's top 100. He was Jeremiah's 135. He was the consensus 163.
Yeah,
that is.
I texted my buddy who works in Jacksonville and told him congrats on the rage bait.
Yeah,
he's a writer, not a scout. I wouldn't say that to a scout.
That is one of those where you even if you like trade back and somebody else takes the risk, you just live with it. Like you got to at least try to trade back in that scenario. That's a weird one.
Also, who did Emmanuel McNeil Warren kill?
He's
like what? How is he still out there?
I don't know. I had him late in the first, but there was a little buzz that he was going to fall. I don't think he was ever expected to fall this far, but yeah, more box safety, right? Like he's not going to do a ton of other. I mean, I think he can play a little center field for you, but I think teams have a limited, space for that type of safety. I don't think they love it all that much. I could be wrong. We'll see. Position per draft round the rest of the way. I mean, I don't know. I would think that they would love to get Dominique Orange with their next pick. I don't know if they're going to be able to sweat it out that long.
Yeah, I was going to say nose tackle is probably where you could add a starter. I got to eat some food. I just wanted to pop in and
not allowed.
Little mini victory lap about the Cece thing. I got to go listen to this press conference. See if this
all right, sounds good. Enjoy. Right, I'll talk to you soon, man.
Take care.
You bet. See ya. I think they'd love to get a nose tackle, but keep a really like when I talked about Dominique Orange and DDS potentially being third round guys. I think there's a chance that one of those guys are actually there. Probably not Orange. I think Orange will be gone, but I do think there's a decent chance that DDS gets to 84. And I don't think it's impossible that Orange could get to 84. So just as a heads up, I think those are probably two players that it's going to be a sweat, but if you're hoping for them, it's not impossible to get to pick 84 and certainly not impossible to get to maybe a point in round 3 that Green Bay could trade up for him. Patrick, thank you for the super chat. Does Cece start right away as our corner 2? I think you are going to get an old-fashioned brouhaha at corner. It is a fatal 4-way for 2 spots with Keyshawn Nixon being the favorite in the clubhouse to get one of them. But Carrington Valentine, Benjamin St. Juste, Brandon Cece, Keyshawn Nixon, step up to the damn plate. May the best 2 win. We've got full-on Joker pool stick style games going on. And that's all it is. They're gonna have to fight over those spots. And I don't think it's gonna be handed to Cece. I don't think it's gonna be handed to anybody. I think he'll have a real chance. I think, like I said, there's a chance he's the best corner on the team right now. So he'll have a chance at it, but we'll just have to see what happens in camp. All right. So the recent picks, Logan Jones to the Bears. We talked about Borkercher. Akis to the Patriots is a good pick there. I'm really pissed about Stowers to the Eagles. That sucks. He's a really good player. He's a really freaking good player. Now, let me update my board really quick here. Whose girlfriend jinxed me, by the way? I have to pee so bad right now. And it's all her fault. That girl earlier who's like, do you ever pee? And I'm like, no, I'm always good. My bladder's amazing. And now it's right down the drain. Everything is screwed. All right. So Cese's off the board. Did I take Golday off the board right before Green Bay selected? I did not. So I got to get Golday off the board. I think I took Pons off the board. I sure did. All right. So Pons off the board. Cese's off the board. CJ Allen went. I like that pick for the Colts quite a bit. They're going to love him. Stowers off the board. He was my highest remaining players besides McNeil Warren or Jamad McCoy. Gabe Akis off the board. He was 57 for me. Borkercher. Yeah, I don't even really need to take him off the board. That's totally fine. You enjoy that. I can't believe they used their 1 pick on their first 2 rounds on Borkercher. He's like, if they would have taken him in like the 4th, I'd have been like, oh, that's a fun pick. Whew, that is rich. Did Logan Jones get into my top 100? He did. He was 85 on my board. So not a super crazy reach for me for the Bears. Still pretty big. Oh, and then Browns get McNeil Warren. So McNeil Warren goes to the Browns. So he was 28th on my board. So my highest remaining players, Tennessee just traded up to get on the clock. Interesting. So we got some moves up. All right. That's an interesting move. All right. So highest remaining left, Jermod McCoy, of course, Anthony Hill Jr., Keontae Scott, Emmanuel Pregnon, AJ Halsey, Jennings Dunker, Chris Bell, Max Clare, Ted Hurst, Bryce Lance, Chris Brazel II, Dominique Orange. That's the kind of players we're looking at right now. I would give the grade a BB plus. I don't think there was a pick out there that I would have given anything more than a B plus to, sincerely. If they would have taken McCoy and they felt like he was good, I would have probably given that an A. But yeah, I don't know what they could have taken, quite honestly. That I would have felt like, oh my God, that's an insane pick. That's how the board fell. I would have tried to get up for Kristen Miller if I could have. I will say this. I don't think it's super likely, but if they get Dominique Orange in the third, I think that arguably is a better pick than Kristen Miller in the second. And getting, oh wow, Marlon Klein was the next tight end off the board. Wow. Borkircher and Klein going ahead of Max Clare and Oscar Delp. For me, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Klein was not in my top 100. Just to give you an idea on Klein. Oh, all right. So this is an interesting one. Brugler was not in his top 100. Daniel Jeremiah, kudos to Jeremiah. Jeremiah at least had him at 84. Klein was 158 on the 100 picks above where he was on the consensus big board. I liked Klein. I really did. But round 2, I never would have guessed. And ahead of Claire is really, really interesting to me. Titans traded up to get Anthony Hill. He was the next highest guy on my board, not named Jermod McCoy. The McCoy thing is just absolutely crazy. I feel so terrible for that dude too. I talked about this the other day, but for my son that's going through a very small injury that's missing 3 months of soccer, I'm like heartbroken for him. I can't even imagine being one of the top 10 players in a draft and you're losing millions of dollars in front of you and losing out on a ton of opportunity because your knee is not in its right place, like in the right way. It sucks all the way around. It sucks for teams that I'm sure would have loved to have taken him, in the top 10 and we're there, but most importantly, it just sucks for that dude. I hope he lands in a great spot. I hope his knee holds up and I hope he has an amazing career. Rooting for the kid big time. How many spots, if any, do you think adding Musgrave to a trade can get us in the next round? I think you could get a 6th for Musgrave. So let's bring up our handy dandy draft trade chart. So let's say you get like an end of 6th pick. Let's say, who needs a tight end? I don't know. Let's just say Cincinnati's interested. They trade 199 for Luke Musgrave. That adds you 5 points of value in overall draft capital. Green Bay currently picks at 84. That would get them from 84 to 80. So it would get you up about 4 spots theoretically in a trade to go from 84 to 80 by trading Musgrave. And that's if he has 6th round value. I think he'd have like late 6th round value. But yeah, either way, in the 3rd round, that only gets you up about 4 spots. Drink a beer, Andy. Appreciate you being a member for 7 months, Patrick. Very kind of you. Jason, do you think there's a legitimate chance of trading for Josh Sweat or signing Joey Bosa? Josh Sweat, I don't. Bosa, maybe outside chance. Again, Hassan Reddick or, there's a couple other ones out there. If they leave without an edge rusher, there's an outside chance that they could potentially look to add an edge rusher. But I think probably more unlikely than not. How much would it cost to move up from 84 to the early 60s? All right. So they are at 84 in the 3rd to the early 60s. So let's say we'll go to like the beginning of the 3rd round. I don't think they're ever going to get back in the 2nd. So let's say like 65. We'll just say they get to Arizona with the 1st pick in the 3rd round. That would cost them about 27 points of material. So we're looking at probably their 4th and their 7th, or probably their 4th and 2 7ths. So I would say it would take their 3rd, their 4th, and both 7ths to get to the top of the 3rd. 3rd, 4th, and both 7ths from just a trade value chart standpoint. Genuinely, how many hours did you put into making the top 100 list? I can't imagine. It's a lot because, I watched, I probably came just short of 200 players. I should count it up. It was probably like 180, 185 players that I ended up watching. Just watching it in and of itself, putting notes down and doing that is a crazy amount of time. And then actually it took me, once I had all my notes down. And so when I grade a player, I put them in like kind of different buckets and then I kind of sort those buckets eventually. But it took me almost like a full day on Wednesday, just sort of sorting the players into the top 100, putting them in the right buckets and things like that. So that's, it's a crazy amount of time. All right. Let's see. Why do people want Luke traded? Matt, this is just one of those things where, again, he hasn't been the playmaker and he's a bad blocker. So that's a tough thing to reconcile sometimes. I think the other thing, just to be a little bit more, obvious about it, is it's the same thing as Dontavian Wicks. If you're not going to re-sign him next year, well, then you look and, if some team's taking Borkircher in round 2, right? Like, all right, teams have a thirst for tight ends. Can you get a 6th-round pick for him rather than just 1 year of him being your backup tight end? I think you would need to draft the tight end to kind of make that happen. They probably need to take one in round 3 or 4 before you would consider trading him. But if they thought that they drafted a tight end that could kind of be his replacement and maybe even an upgrade, that's probably what you're looking at there. Cece had some minor injuries. What did I say? Like a broken thumb or something? What was it? Yeah, I think it was a thumb. I can't find it now. Oh, here it was. Missed 4 games as a sophomore after surgery on his left thumb, wore a cast upon his return. That was in October of 2024. So as far as, at least from Brugler, he only missed 4 games and it was a thumb injury. So no soft tissue, no anything like that. Yeah, 4 games in 24. That was all he missed. He played in 13 in 2023, 9 in 2024, 12 in 2025, missing 4 games total. So kind of the big knock is just like the playmaking, right? I mean, it's one of them. Only 3 tackles for loss, no sacks, 1 forced fumble, 2 interceptions, 12 pass breakups in his career. What did Rap Sheet do? Rams take Max Clare? That's lame. I just like Max Clare. I mean, he was always, I thought, going to go in round 2, but yeah, he's a good player. Oh, it looks like my niece just did 4 events in gymnastics and placed in all 4 events. Got ribbons in all 4 events. Way to go, Gwen. 2nd place all-around meet champion. There you go, Gwen. That is my niece. Congrats to her. Awesome all the way around. Oh, McCoy might need another surgery per Rap Sheet. There you go. Not great. Cece's girlfriend is from Wisconsin. Family are big Packers fans. That's cool. That's really cool. Thanks, Pokey. Andy, your friend from San Antonio again. With Wemby being out, I need the Packers to have an excellent draft. Please call Goot and let him know. I will do my best. I'll give him your words of encouragement. All right, what do we got? Brewers are down 3-0 in the 6th. Don't like to see that. We've got the Celtics up by 5 on the Sixers in the 3rd. That sounds like a good game. Lakers up by 11 on the Rockets. And we've got Canadians and Lightning tied 2-2 with 2 hockey games for later tonight when I'm finishing up some study and getting ready for a pod. That'll do just fine. I don't think Luke would be better on another team. No, I think Green Bay's given him a lot of opportunity, especially with Kraft being out last year. That was a big time opportunity for Luke. And just don't know that he, kind of has made the most of it in his career so far. I will say this, Luke Musgrave, if he had like a breakout, he would not be the first nor the last tight end to have a breakout right around the start of his 2nd contract. That is a very common archetype for tight ends, is right in that year 4, year 5 range to see a little bit of jump in productivity. So maybe he's got it in him. We'll see. 66 and 182 for 62. Bills just moved up. What was that? 66 and 182? Yeah, 66 and 182. So Bills are on the clock. What did we get recently? Just catching up here. We had Manuel McNeil-Warren. He goes to the Browns. We had Marlon Klein to the Texans, Anthony Hill Jr. to the Titans, and then Max Clare to the Rams. Really like that Clare pick for the Rams. He was, we almost had a ding, ding, ding. I had Max Clare 62 on my board. He goes 61 to the Rams. Pretty damn close, though. Thank you for the kind words and congratulations, everyone. Yeah, they might be. Hopefully they can come back tonight. I mean, they're so beat up. I mean, with no Vaughn, no Yelich, no Churio. That's a tough ask right now. Just gotta hang with it right now. Got another run on tight ends. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. Can our new DB coaches get Cece to his ceiling? They got some good ones. I really like the fact that they brought in Bobby Babich. I think that's a really, really strong hire. So hopefully they can get the most out of him. Thank you, JBW, for becoming an all-new member. Appreciate that. And Jonathan, are the Packers ever going to end a draft slide? I kid. I love the pick. It wasn't a huge draft slide, but some people had him like early second round pick for Cece. So they stopped a little bit of a Cece slide. A Cece slide. Andy, would you value D tackle or edge for a third round pick? Right now, if they could get Dominique Orange in any way, shape, or form, I would value that way more. I just think that's their like one chance to actually get a nose tackle worth any real value. So I would value that a little bit more at the moment. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate you. The Rams do have some tight ends. I'd have to look. I haven't looked at their depth chart in a little while. The Rams. They have Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson, Tyler Higbee, Max Clare. So yeah, and they drafted Davis Allen in the 5th round just a couple years ago. He's toast. He's not going to stick around, but yeah, they've got a 4 tight end group, but that's a team, by the way, that likes running 3 tight end sets. So if you're going to run a lot of 3 tight end sets, you better have 4 just in case of injury. So there was going to be a team that was going to do that. That's probably the one to have the depth at tight end. So McCoy tore his ACL almost 15 months ago. Is he just not healed yet? I don't know the exact situation with McCoy. He just ran at his pro day. It sounded like things went well, but yeah, if he might have to have another surgery, that's brutal. Appreciate the stream and great meeting you in person at D2 when Parsons played his first game at Lambeau. That's awesome. Thanks for being here, Packer Gnome. I remember that very well. Igbinosin to the Bills. That's a good pick for them. It's a very good pick for them. McCoy's ACL is fine. He also had a bone plug surgery that might need to be redone. Gotcha. I'm not familiar with bone plugs in Harmony. Only other Cece I know is a French soccer player, and he was pretty good. Surely that means our Cece is going to be good too, right? Clearly. Andy will have an episode talking the draft with the Farrington boys. Probably not right away, but maybe at some point in the next couple weeks or so. But we'll have a recap episode. We'll talk to Justice, and then we'll get into deep dives right away. So that's probably what we're going to be looking at. Corleone apparently had some off-field stuff. I think he might go undrafted or be a very late pick, but we'll see. Chris Bell in the 3rd would feed families. I think wide receiver today is probably off the menu. So it might have to feed some other families. So Bills at 62. Again, they took Igbinosin. Cece met with the Packers a few times, but had no clue the extent of their interest. That was per Bill Huber. Cece said he's looking forward to getting to know Keyshawn Nixon and learn from him. Okay. Maybe not too much. Just trying to see if there's any other. Cece on a Zoom call said his girlfriend's family is from Wisconsin and they're big Packers fans. Love that. Just trying to see if there's anything else that came in about Cece while I was kind of breaking down everything. Nothing too crazy. Doesn't look like. How you guys feeling? What are your grades for the pick? I'd love to know what you guys are feeling about the pick for Cece. Keep him away from the kick returner. He can return learn to return kicks. Call John, learn from him. Bone plugs could be the graft anchor if that's failed, or if it's in. Oh God, I just lost it. All right, if it's integrity failed, or is it integrating properly? He's basically looking at restarting the ACL rehab all over again. Oh, oof. So he might be out like another year. It's just gonna be so interesting to see where he goes. He's got to go in the third, right? Even with that, I don't know, maybe not. Will Johnson was like in the 40s or 50s last year, right? But that was a different issue, obviously, more degenerative issue. I don't have a great Cece comp, to be honest. I'll try to think on that as I'm doing the episodes in the next, when I do the deep dive on him at least. Good pick. A- from Dakota. A+ from Most Hated Chicagoan. A- from Evan. B from Reggie White. Good given the board. B+, Cece solid B. A solid B, but given the board A-, B- or C+, B+, A, solid A. I'm happy with it. An A-, B for the future. B+, should say B+. Good pick. We need corners, but his grade is TBD. Cece was number 27 on the Green Bay Draft Guide Big Board too. Oh, well, they clearly liked him. B, Cece is a great pick. Take Valentine off the field now. It's a good chance that happens. B+, I like the pick based on how the board felt. Grade B+. B- seems fair. I'm way happier now than I was last year at this time. Really, Trey Smith. From Belton, or even with Belton and Golden, because I feel like Golden covered a lot last year of happiness. Take a bathroom break so we can see Charles Woodson. B, I like the pick. I know nothing about the player, but I like his name. That's all you can, base it on. Heidenreich's really fun. If anyone wants to take him in day 3, that'd be amazing. Watching highlights now. B-, we need a corner. We needed a corner. I'm happy with it for that reason. To me, this is out of like any GM's hands at this point, right? Even if I'm a fake GM in this situation, Jake Slaughter to the Chargers at 63. This is just medical. So you just have to say, what does the medical say? And it has to be pretty freaking bad at this point if nobody through 2 rounds has been willing to take him. Maybe Seattle here at the end of round 2 will take the risk, but yeah. B, A-. We talked about this the other day. People hate when I drink brisk iced tea for some reason. B+, A-, B-, C+. I think that's the lowest we've had yet. B+. We got no clue, bro. JC Horn, maybe. Horn was certainly better coming out. A-, B-, and A, C+, B. On the TVA, they compared him to JC Horn. Okay. Again, B+. And again, there's nobody on the board that would have been better than a B+. So I think it's again a very fair. That's where he should have gone, right in that range. Like that's where everyone had him, right? So again, on my board, 46, Brugler 45, Jeremiah 43, consensus 44. So literally 43 Jeremiah, 44 consensus, 45 Brugler, 46 me, and he goes 52. It's honestly one of like the most consensus player that has been out there. It's like, yeah, he's like the 45th best player. All right. He went 52. That's exactly right around where he should have gone. I'm sorry. He's nothing like Nate Wiggins. And that's not like one's better than the other. They're just two. I see them as 2 totally different types of players. People say C+ because they really know, right? Yeah, just where, again, the draft is meant to be a fun exercise, right? So the big thing is like, I think this should be for all sports, but like I cover this at 365, right? If there's anybody that takes it too seriously, it's me. So I know I'm, throwing stones out of glass houses or whatever, but like have your take of whether or not you like it or not. But again, none of us know. None of us know. The Packers don't know. Cece doesn't know. Cece's mom doesn't know. Like we all hope for the best, but And it's cool to be excited about the pick if you are. That's the reason we study. That's why I like to study these guys ahead of time to know, all right, is this a good pick? Is it a bad pick? Is it whatever? There have been plenty of picks that I have loved that have turned out to be absolute horse crap, right? And there have been a bunch of picks that I did not like that have turned out to be fantastic. And that would go for anybody that's watching, listening, viewing, reacting, if we're being honest. So we just don't know. And it's fun to have that immediate reaction, but now his career starts. This is day one of his career as a Green Bay Packer is today. It is not, we're not evaluating what he's done so far. What he did at South Carolina is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all. All that matters is what he does from today moving forward. Well, who did the Vikings take? Jake Golday. Apparently, I got a text from Paul Farrington. He said, "This is horrible." So I don't know. Oh, I'm sure the edge trade. All right, that makes more sense. Let's see what he says. I'm assuming not a fan of the trade. I really like Bud Clark to Seattle. That's going to help them fill in for the loss of Kobe Bryant to the Bears. He's a really good player. I like him quite a bit. Take a bathroom break. I miss Chair and Woodson jersey. Might have to take one soon as we transition to the third. Bone Plugs in Harmony, you win. You're welcome. I'm here all night, at least until the draft's over. I'm not going to read everyone's grades, but I'm happy. A lot of B pluses, D minus for the Vikings from the Paul Farrington show. Not happy from a Viking standpoint. We love to see that. I don't get the Grenard trade at all. Really don't get the Grenard trade. He's a really good player. And I mean, getting 2/3 is fine. It's not bad value, but yeah, just an interesting decision. I'll tell you what, I like St. Juice more than Nixon and Valentine as well. Take both of the 25 corners off the field. Not impossible. Not impossible. All right, so we had Igbinosin to the Bills. I just need to update my board really quick here. Where did I have Igbinosin? Igbinosin was 87th on my board. Then we had Jake Slaughter to the Chargers. Slaughter was 92nd on my board. And then Bud Clark to the Seahawks. He was 70th on my board. I'm actually surprised I had him that low. I'm surprised he wasn't a little bit higher. I should have had him higher. Should have had him at least 2 spots higher. 2 spots higher. I'm surprised I had Malachi Fields and Zachariah Branch ahead of him. That was probably a mistake on my end. Should have had him a couple spots higher. All right, we are into round 3. We are 20 picks away. So 19 picks, and then Green Bay's pick. We start with Arizona with pick 65. Best available per ESPN is Jermon McCoy, Zachariah Branch, Chris Brazel II. Pregnon still being available is pretty surprising. Keontae Scott, Jennings Dunker, AJ Hulsey, Antonio Williams, Malachi Fields. They have Xavier Harris that high. That's crazy to me. Malik Muhammad, Mike Washington Jr., Ted Hurst, Jalen Kilgore, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Kayron Crawford, Keith Abney II, and Chris Bell and Dominique Orange. Just so you know, Packers pick at pick 20 in the third round. The 20th best available player on ESPN's board, Dominique Orange. And meanwhile, we got a quarterback, Carson Beck. Carson Beck going to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 65. That is our next quarterback off the board. Maybe we'll get a little quarterback run here. That'd be fine. That would be more than fine. Todd Reister, you've been high in lead up about Proctor and Capehart. Now sounds like no defensive tackle other than Orange excites you. What's your current thinking? Sorry. Couple things here. Nose tackle is the last one is Orange. Capehart can play some nose. Okay. I love Capehart. I think he's more of a, kind of more like a B minus version of Kristen Miller, where he can play some nose, can also play some 3 technique, can play some 3-4 defensive end. But you probably don't want him playing a true nose down in, down out. But I like him a lot. Okay. And then, Proctor, I love. Proctor can't play nose at all. Proctor is a gap penetrating, might even be more of like a pass rush specialist defensive tackle in the NFL. So just to clarify, Love Proctor and Capehart. If Proctor in round 3 would be great. Anytime after that's even better. Capehart probably starting in round 4. Anytime after that's even better. But there's just a difference, and you're not getting a true nose tackle with certainly with Proctor. Capehart might be able to do it a little bit, but Orange is like the last juicy nose tackle. No orange juice, pun intended there. That is still out there for anybody, not just Green Bay. Proctor or Orange in round 3. I would take Orange. I might like Proctor better than Orange, but I just think for what Green Bay needs right now, that true sort of run stuffing defensive tackle, I think Orange is probably the more valuable pick for the Packers. I would say Paul and company and Ziggy that I'm sad for you, but I'm struggling at the moment. Farrington Show, what are you feeling about? How are you feeling about the Packers pick of Cece? What are you feeling? Damn the Torpedoes and double up with McCoy. All right. Lots of chats. Thank you guys so much. This guy refusing to go to the bathroom is giving me anxiety. Should I chug the brisk and then just really see what happens? Oh, it's so good. Capehart can be part of the committee. I feel comfortable with that. Like if you have like Capehart, maybe obviously Hargrave and Brinson. If Brinson can put on some weight, if Brinson puts on a little bit of weight, I feel like Brinson, Capehart, Hargrave could at least help you get there. It's still not ideal, but it could help you get there. Oh, he's not Kevin King. There's literally 2 Kevin Kings from Washington and from the same school in this draft. So still plenty of time for that. I don't like, the only raspberry thing that I like is raspberry, like preserves. Raspberry vinaigrette too. All right. So 2 raspberry things that I like: raspberry vinaigrette, raspberry preserves. Those are the only 2 raspberry things I like. And I don't like actual raspberries. So try making sense of that. Onyedem to the Broncos at 66. So Carson Beck. I did not have Carson Beck in my top 100. I don't think I did not. Onyedem, I had at 91. 91 for Onyedem. Not a lot left in my, top 100 overall. I mean, obviously we're at 65 picks. So there's only been a handful of 3 players that have been picked outside of my top 100, I think. So Matt's brother is an idiot. Carson Beck is crap. I don't know that. I don't know how much say Matt LaFleur's brother had over that, to be honest. Carson Neck. Oy vey. I do think he was probably the 3rd best quarterback in this draft. Cole Payton could certainly make an argument for that too. I bet Payton goes quite a bit later, though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I bet Payton goes later. What about Jalen Farmer, football guy? I bet Brissett's better right now, for sure. Is 3rd round too rich for back-to-back corners? No. I don't think they do it. And I think there's going to be good corners in round 5 that they don't need to attack back-to-back corners right now. But if they wanted to, they certainly could. If their best player on the board was corner, they could absolutely do that. Just checking if there's any updates. Apologies for the brief pause. Yeah, Heldman in a late round would be awesome. I like him quite a bit around that range. I don't need Taylor Green. I'm fine. I'm good. He's an interesting player. There's certainly some upside there. Yeah, I think most people would be happy with a defensive tackle. Again, Onyedem goes here to the Broncos. Can't remember if I crossed him out or not. I did. Okay, he was 91 on my board. Top players remaining on my board: Jermod McCoy at 16, Keontae Scott at 47, Emmanuel Pregnon at 49. Obviously, outside of McCoy with the injury issue, Pregnon's the one I'm surprised the most has not been taken yet. AJ Halsey at 53, Jennings Dunker at 54, Chris Bell at 56, Ted Hurst at 63, Bryce Lance at 64, Chris Brazel the second at 65, Dominique Orange at 66 are the highest remaining on my board. Beast Bumblebee, I'm kind of with you. Kind of with you on the Jones strikes. Oh, I beat you to it. Beat you to it, Nazrilla. I don't think there's any medical on Pregnon, but I'd have to check that a little bit to see. But I don't think there is. I did think he was a little bit overvalued by people. Like when people were talking like late first, early second, I'm like, I don't know that I see that. I don't quite see that, but I thought he'd be like a late second kind of guy, mid to late second. We trade a fifth and our third. How high can we get? Which fifth? We'll just do the top fifth. Top fifth is what? Pick 153 gets you 11 points. From the third, 62 probably gets you to about pick 75. So we're about 8 picks away, 9 picks away, 75, 76, somewhere in that range. Brett does not want Bryce Lance. Mike Washington in the third is that's a legitimate conversation. We can absolutely have that conversation with Mike Washington in the third. Can I add him in most drafts? He would be a 4th round guy. In this round, he's a 3rd round guy. This is just a little bit of a weaker draft. I'm fine with that. Not the worst thing in the world. We got our safe pick with Cece, Gamble McCoy now. You know, it's a little bit of an interesting philosophy. You know, you could put him on IR for a year, hope to get him back in 2027. It's like getting a first round pick in 2027. I think it just depends on if it's like degenerative, right? Like if it's something where he's going to have the surgery and then like there's still not a guarantee that he's going to be able to come back and play the way that he wants, has to start the ACL thing over after already having an ACL. I can see why teams are afraid of that. But if it's literally just like, yeah, he's going to be out for the next year, but you get him in 2027. But even then, if he's healthy, like that's 2 years without football too. Like it's just a brutal situation. Again, feel really bad for the kid. Kalen Black would be good in the 5th or 6th round. Orange for me over DDS for sure. Raiders took K'Ron Crawford. There we go. Kind of happy he's off the board, if I'm being totally honest. Did I end up putting Crawford on? Yeah, he was 97 on my board, a little bit begrudgingly. How are we feeling, everyone? Yeah, I still don't know what you do with the safety, but I do like Halsey quite a bit. The value for the player is certainly there in the third, that's for sure. I think Zune goes tomorrow. He could sneak at the bottom of the third, but I think he's always been a little bit more of a 4th round guy. But we'll see. By the way, everybody selected so far, I still have studied. So we're still in that game. We have not had a player taken that I have not watched yet. We do have picks flying a little bit now. Yeah, so what do we get done probably by like 10 tonight, maybe? Which would be great timing if that's the case. Give me a little bit more time to get things done tonight. What a terrible pick that would be, John Molina. What a terrible pick. I probably have all the same knee injury issues that McCoy does, and I just don't even know it. I'd probably take one step on the field and my knee would probably explode. Next Badger to get drafted is the edge rusher. What is it, Rager? Yeah, Mason Rager. He's a good player. I like him. I talked about him a little bit the other day. He just needs to develop more of like a bull rush, like a power rush. But outside of that, like again, he's a good player. Oh, Markel Bell to the Eagles. That's a really interesting pick. If you are not familiar with Markel Bell, this dude is massive. And I mean massive. Take a look at him when they break him down, either on ESPN or NFL Network. Man, 6'9", 346, 36-inch arms. Like, you can't get around this guy. It's really, really difficult to get around this guy. He is a really, really interesting player who goes to a spot where he can learn behind Lane Johnson and Mailata. I don't know if he works out or not. If like, there are so many times where a rusher just gets into it and like you can't do anything. Like, you better beat him quick and around the edge, because if you don't, good luck. Absolutely good luck. I think he's working with Manyweather too. which is a really good person for him to work with. But yeah. Carla, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Appreciate you a ton. I know you had some memberships gifted the other day too. So thank you so much for that. The man 5705. I saw the same thing you did. I don't think it's an exact comp. I actually think Cece is a more natural corner than Stokes. But when I was watching him today, that was a name that flew into my mind a little bit. Even if, though, what I will say, even if you're making that comp, and it sounds derogatory, obviously, I would say it's much, much closer to rookie Eric Stokes and what we saw in some really good stuff in his rookie year than the latter stage Eric Stokes, which just fell apart due to injuries and things like that. So I did see a little bit of that as well when I was watching. Kind of straight line player a little bit more, great speed, great athleticism, kind of plays a little bit of the same way. But again, even if you were to make that, I do think it's the much better version of Eric Stokes than kind of the bad version we got towards the end. I think I have to talk to Justice, but I think my plan right now is to try to get Justice on for Monday's show. And then Tuesday will be the first big time deep dive on Cece. And then Wednesday will be the next one, and we'll do a deep dive every single day. Then once the draft picks are done, we'll do a undrafted free agent deep dive on offense, and then an undrafted free agent deep dive on defense. And then pretty soon after that, and things will happen too. We might have some news or free agent updates or things like that. But as soon as all the draft deep dives are done, we will then get to, I'll finally be able to go and grade every single play for all the free agents. So we'll get to Sky Moore. We'll get to Javon Hargrave and Benjamin St. Juste. I mean, I'm forgetting now. Did they sign anybody besides those three? Was it just those three? But we'll get to all of them, and I'll do the complete deep dive of watching every single snap and actually grading it out like I did every player on every play during the season. I'll go and grade those three and then do deep dives in all three of those once the draft is done as well. Carla coming through with 20 more memberships. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Carla. Hey, Carla MVP. Carla. No Long Island iced teas, just regular brisk iced tea. Whoa, Carla. Whoa. And yes, to be fair too, Stokes just came off a very good season in Vegas. That is 100% true as well. I'm now expecting Cece to be rookie Eric Stokes, or else we get mad at Andy for false advertising. I said, no, here's the Markel Bell. If you have a chance, just to see this dude is just massive. Justice and I think talked about him the other day. DeJuan Jones was a recent player out of Ohio State. I think Markel Bell does a little bit better job, like not having his weight fluctuate quite as much. 6'9" and a quarter, 346, just behemoth. You're in a 5'3", 640 at 6'9", 346. Just crazy. Brisk iced tea, 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 brisk iced tea. Bears still suck. Yeah, dude is an absolute monster of a human being. Who's better rookie Stokes or Raider Stokes? If I'm being totally honest, it's not like I went through and watched a ton of Raider Stokes last year. Raider Stokes, I know per PFF graded better, but I would need to go and watch at least some more Raider Stokes before I'd be able to make a determination on that. Oh, Sam Roosh. Okay, that's a good pick by them at tight end. That's a pretty damn good pick. He'll fit very well with Loveland. Yeah, so Komet, Loveland, and Roosh is a pretty good trio of tight ends. No advertising. Shout out again to PrizePicks and Luiges Pizza for sponsoring today's show. Appreciate them a ton. Again, PrizePicks.com, using code HMA, $50 when you play your first $5 lineup. And Luiges Pizza, the most delicious frozen pizzas in the entire history of the world. That statement has not been, tested by the Food and Drug Administration, but I feel pretty confident that it is. So yeah, love me some Luigi's Pizza. Again, you have to be cognizant that these teams everyone saw the 2 and 3 tight end sets last year. And when something gets in vogue, it doesn't go out of vogue very easily. So just remember, not super surprising that some of these teams want to go 2-3 tight end sets after what happened last year. Not a surprise at all. Plus Komet's like, he's probably got like maybe a year left on his contract or something. So they can get out of Cole Komet's contract next year, save about $10 million in 2027. So he's an opportunity for them to save $10 million in salary cap space next year by getting rid of Cole Komet. That's what that pick is in a nutshell. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Happy draft day to you as well. Thank you to the 2,200 people in chat. Absolutely epic. We are pick 70. Romello Heights, player the Packers head in for a top 30 visit. I don't think he was ever really their cup of tea, so I'm not super frustrated by that in any way, but that's an interesting pick there. I think I took Crawford off my board. I did. Markel Bell, I did not have in my top 100, but I can understand why the Eagles liked him. Kudos to Dane Brugler for having him at 97. Daniel Jeremiah having him at 92. He was consensus 116. So a little bit earlier there, but had him in the top 100 at least. Roosh, I had at 86. He went 69 to the Bears. I don't mind that at all. I actually had Logan Jones and Sam Roosh graded back to back. Romello Heights to the Niners. I did not have him in my top 100. Brugler had him at 80. Daniel Jeremiah had him at 114. The consensus had him at 78. So consensus was actually highest on him. Kudos to consensus. We've got 71 Commanders, 72 Bengals, followed by Saints, Browns, Dolphins, Steelers, Bucks, Colts, Falcons, Ravens, Jaguars, Vikings, Panthers, and then your Green Bay Packers. We still have 13 picks to go, and then Green Bay is on the clock. So 13 more names to get nuked off of our list before the Packers pick. Let's just put our thinking caps together. So we've got, at this point, I will absolutely consider Keontae Scott. Position be damned. Keontae Scott, Emmanuel Pregnon, AJ Halsey could be in that conversation as well. Top 30 visit. Jennings Dunker, Dominique Orange, Danny Dennis Sutton. I'm going to put Oscar Delp in this conversation with the tight ends going. Mike Washington Jr., the running back, very much could be in this conversation. If they want to go corners, Malik Muhammad or Dalen Everett, Cario Davis, Caleb Proctor could very much be in that conversation. Trey Zune could potentially be to get that offensive lineman. Austin Barber, the tackle. We did talk a little about, did I not have him in my top 100? I guess I did not. Oh, no, there he is. Caleb Tiernan, he could potentially be in that conversation along the offensive line as well. Those are probably some players that we're potentially looking at here. So we got Frankly says Mike Muhammad, Mike Washington, or Dominique Orange. Tony wants Hurst. Again, I don't think they're going to take wide receiver today anymore. Hurst or Lance, very much in their wheelhouse. Chris Brazzell, the second they had in for a top 30. Those would be the three that you'd be looking at if they did take a wide receiver, I would think. Neal could be in the running too. Yeah, I like Trey Zune a lot. Maybe a little bit rich in the third, but wouldn't hate it by any stretch. Oh, that back cracked in about 1,000 spots. All right, playing football with a bone plug repair, often used for that, whatever that is, poses significant risks, including failure of the graft, the need for revision surgery, and chronic pain. Sounds bad. Sounds very bad. Cece and Citrus would be, that'd be a pretty epic night. I would have, that's a great result for Green Bay if they could make that happen. Carla with 20 more memberships. What is that, 50? You are unbelievable, my friend. Thank you so much. And to those who all got the memberships, make sure to thank Carla. That is absolutely amazing. Carla is on one tonight. KVP, Carla, valuable person. Got the logo going. Danny Dennis Sutton for Jeff. Everything cracks. Thankfully, I'm still just 25, so I don't know what you're talking about, but all right. A lot of praise for Carla going on. Love to see it. Oh, cool. Antonio Williams. Awesome. Slot receiver. Get him off the board. Happy to take all the slot receivers now. Let's get all of those off the board. He was number 77 on my list. He goes 71. I'm going to be honest. I watched his tape and I know we don't scout the jersey, but I don't think I can ever watch a slot receiver from Clemson again and be any sort of excited about it. I don't think I can do it. Big thanks to Carla. Pack-A-Day memberships are the best memberships in the land. Thank you, Pokey. Appreciate you. Pregnant at 92. Yeah, that's a fine result there too. All right, who is looking at orange in front of us? I'd have to go through that probably a little bit more in detail. Yeah, as we get closer, the Falcons at 79 could for sure still use some defensive tackle help. Barely liked Igbinosin in the third, but 62, it's a little high. He was between second and third round on a lot of different boards. This was the example that I gave the other day of how just crazy this draft could potentially be. So Igbinosin, Dane Brugler had him 68th on his board. So where did he go, did you say? He went 62. All right, so he goes 62. Brugler had him 68th. Consensus was 81. I had him 87. Daniel Jeremiah did not have him in his top 150. If you want to, again, talk about the difference, Brugler and Jeremiah to me are the two best. I think they're the two best in the business at doing this. And I think the consensus is actually very valuable as well. And obviously I'm smarter than anybody, say in jest, but to have, again, for Igbinosin, 68 for Dane, 81 for consensus, 87 for me, not in the top 150 for DJ. That's the wide range of this stuff. You just don't know. Yeah, the McCoy story is a big bummer for sure. Yeah, I liked it at that spot. Again, not like my favorite player going into the draft, not somebody I was like, get Cece, get Cece, get Cece, but a really good value at a position of need at that spot. That's all you can ask for. Bears are obsessed with tight ends. Pause. Phrasing. I'm not super surprised that Scott is dropping. There's some risk reward to his game. So he will gamble from time to time. He will get out of his gap and out of his assignment. He doesn't always play assignment. Sure. He's going to be 25 years old. He's bounced around a little bit. It took him in his first, in his career before his last season at age 24 with Miami, his tape was not that good. It was a little bit of a 1-year wonder, but he was freaking awesome last year. And he's probably a slot only. If you're taking him as a safety, it's a complete projection. He's never really played there. If you're taking him as an outside corner, his coverage skills aren't probably good enough. He's an interesting eval. I just think that he has the ability in the slot to be everything that you want at that position. And again, I love the mentality of the player, but there's some things there. I don't think I have a need for Malik Muhammad after taking Cece in round 2. If I'm going to take a corner, I'm probably, is Charles Demings there in round 5? I think is probably more what you're kind of looking at is, I think there's, maybe in round 4, you start looking as well. It's like a Devin Moore available. But for now, I think I probably am more of just, I don't think you need one here in round 3. I'll just put it that way. Pregnant if there. Well, be careful. That's a big responsibility, PFS Smith. You have to really make sure that you're ready for that sort of commitment. That's not something you jump into in the third round. A lot of study needs to go into that. Like you got to make sure, you're ready to be a parent. That's a big responsibility, my friend. What happened to Mel Kiper? Mike Washington Jr., Takario Davis to the Bengals. I had a feeling Takario was going to go earlier. I had a feeling Takario was going to be earlier than people thought. I'm not surprised by that. I had him at 88 on my board. Brugler did not have him in the top 100. Daniel Jeremiah had him at 73, consensus 120. This is about a range where I was kind of like, remember when I said I thought Green Bay would have a real chance to take Takario Davis in the third? Obviously, he ended up not being there, but he was somebody that I think if he was there in the third and they didn't take Cece, I think they would have taken him for sure at 84. Like I said, Andy's the smartest draft person to ever draft persons. Beautiful analysis of getting pregnant in the third. Yeah, just got to be careful. Protection is huge, friends. Although Pregnon could help you with protect. Never mind. Thoughts on Jude Bowery? He was an interesting eval too. I didn't have him in my top 100. I think he might go. Bob McGinn had him in the top 100, and McGinn's usually pretty good at that stuff. So keep an eye on him in this round here. His athletic comps for Bowery, by the way, these were his top 3 athletic comps. Tristan Wirfs, Trent Williams, Austin Jackson, and Jedrick Wills. That's a pretty good list to have. Reminded me of Kelvin Beachum, if you remember him as a tackle. Clean, smooth mover, allowed only 2 career sacks, has played left tackle, right tackle, and could play guard in the NFL. Had an up and down week at the Senior Bowl. Wins when his strong hands are in place and when he uses a vice grip to stop you in your tracks. He falls off of blocks too often, can be slow reacting to twist stunts in games, has a good natural leg kick, was on Feldman's freak list, shorter arms, held up well against TJ Parker, good balance, stays square, will need to refine his technique and eliminate inconsistencies in his overall game. Right around 3rd, 4th round. There goes Delp. There's my guy, Oscar Delp to the Saints. I loved Oscar Delp. Sad to see him go. Would have loved him for Green Bay. I know it's a tight end. It's not a huge need, but all right. Do we take Takario Davis off the board? We did. Do we take Antonio Williams off the board? We did. And now we got Oscar Delp off the board. He was 75 on my board. He goes 73. Almost a ding, ding, ding again. And Green Bay is barely on the board still. Oh, man, these weights are brutal. These weights are absolutely brutal. All right. We got a trade. Are the Giants on the clock or did they trade out of the pick? Oh, is Delp going to have like an opportunity to start there? Man, ETN, Kamara, Olave, Tyson, Oscar Delp. That's a pretty good group of players. Malachi Fields to the Giants. They get a big wide receiver, maybe not big time, but 6'4", 220. Giants traded 105, 145, and a 2027 4th round pick to get to pick 74. It's a good chunk of change. All right, friends, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We've got Packers pick coming up. Give me 2 minutes, 5 minutes, somewhere in that range. Might grab a quick snack as too. A little bit hungry, going to recharge for a second. I'll be back by probably 8:53 at the very latest. Go grab a drink, grab a snack. I'll be right back, everyone. See you soon. Now we're back. Did I miss anything? Anything good happen? All right. Don't think so. I think we're all caught up still. Again, Malachi Fields. It's a big trade. 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth round pick. Interesting trade there. Interessante trade. All right. You're welcome. Try to do it as quickly as possible. Mike Washington, book it. If he's there, I think there's a real legitimate chance that happens. Don't think that would be crazy at all. Oh, sorry, Dylan. Forgot that I left your question up. My apologies. Oh, Tyler, I missed your super chat. All right, let's get back. Make sure I've got some of these. I'm going to go back a little bit. Think I got that. Yeah, got that. See, Carol, I think I got you, but you're more than welcome. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Just making sure I got all the super chats here. My consensus board, sorry, Tyler. Consensus, I do not have a consensus board. So the one that I use is Wide Left's consensus board, their top 300. They have a really great way of putting it together. So Wide Left's consensus board, if you want to kind of follow along that at home, but I do not have my own consensus board. There's your answer. We have the first pick that I did not study. I thought I would get through today. I really thought I'd get through today. If it was going to be somebody, I thought it would be a wide receiver because I didn't get to finish fully the wide receivers, but I can't even blame that because this player was not on my list of wide receivers to study before today anyway. So I can't even blame it on that. It is the Dolphins that do it. So a sneaky pick by them. Texas Tech wide receiver Caleb Douglas. Did not study him at all. Know nothing about Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver out of Texas Tech. That is the first one. Miami at pick 75. Wonder where he was on the consensus big board. How far would I have needed to get down? Is he not on? Oh, I didn't bring the thing up. That's why. Where's the damn link? Here it is. He was 219 on the consensus big board. 219. By far the lowest player to go so far. The first one. Bummer. Thought I'd get tonight. The Dolphins. Damn you. Damn you, Miami Dolphins. I'll have to watch some Caleb Douglas. Wait a second. Okay. I did have one name that I wrote down that I wanted to watch today. That wasn't on my board of things to watch. And I'm like, oh my God, was it Caleb Douglas? But no, it was Skylar Thomas. Skylar Thomas was one I wanted to get to today, and I didn't get to. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Anyone know anything about him? Carla, 20 more. Thank you so much. If you, I'll put the link here for the consensus big board. He does a great job of explaining exactly how he puts it together. Yeah, you can check it out there. All right. Oh, I can't say the mystery player yet because they might still pick him. He's still on the board. So that's the mystery tweet. 4-3 guy at 6'4". Oh, that sounds very interesting. Orange is still available. Cece was not a top 30 visit. So Caleb, all right, I got to see this guy. Yeah, he's a big dude. Okay. I can see why you'd have some interest here. I'm surprised he went ahead of like Ted Hurst and Brazel and Lance, but he's an interesting player for sure. Okay. I mean, there you go. There you go, Malik Willis. You got a huge, giant, fast wide receiver to throw to. Make the most of it, bud. Can you tell us why you're so scorned? No, I'm scorned by Clemson slot wide receivers. Come on, Dalton. You know this one. You know the answer to this. I don't need to tell you the answer to this. Clemson slot wide receiver. I'm have faith that you can get this one on your own. 6'4", 200. I've taken him at 201 in Green Bay in my mocks. Nice. Competition for Douglas compared to Lance and Hurst, probably. Yeah, it could be. Could easily be. His name lives in infamy. Yeah, everyone in chat's chiming in now. Come on, Big Citrus. Yeah, Miami has not really sniped the Packers yet. Knock on wood. We can snipe them. I think they've got like 3 picks coming up right after Green Bay's next pick. Back-to-back 800 receiving yard seasons. I'll have to watch him if I get a chance tonight. Bummed. Thought I'd have it. I thought there was a really good chance I'd get through tonight with having studied everybody. Alas, I failed. Drew Alar, Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers, you're done. You're done, Aaron Rodgers. Drew Alar is here, and he's ready to take over Pittsburgh. Drew Alar going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 76. There goes that man. Penn State guy, right? This just has the draft is in Pittsburgh written all over it, does it not? I'm not conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hats, things are scripted sort of territory, but the local team hosting the draft is taking the local quarterback from Pennsylvania. Come on. That's a little too on the nose. Green Bay moved up. Dominique Orange. Come on. Dominique Orange, right? Dominique Orange, 83 and 160. They only gave up their second 5th round pick. They only gave up their second 5th round pick to get up. So 83 and 160. That's nothing. I think that's their 6th, right? Rounds. 5th. Go to the 5th. Yeah, that's their second 5th round pick. So yeah, their second 5th round pick. That's worse than the Wicks one. That's fantastic. All right. It's got to be DDS. I guess it could be Washington Jr., but Dominique Orange. Just say Dominique Orange. Make it Dominique Orange. Get your nose tackle. You said you had an appetite. He said he had an appetite for a nose tackle. You had an appetite. It's an orange. It has to be an orange, right? Come on. Who is it? I'm surprised they couldn't swing the deal with the Dolphins. I would have expected them to move the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins wide receiver would have been there. Dolphins could have picked up the extra pick. I'm surprised they didn't do it. All right. As soon as I see it, guys, I'll let you know. All right. Who do we got? Give me some Big Citrus. Dunker could be a possibility too. There's actually a decent amount of players at this point in time. Oh, they got Chris McClellan. All right, so they went no. I said the other day, Chris McClellan seems like a sneaky 3rd round pick to the Packers. All right, so I'm going to just tweet this out. He was somebody that I watched more late in the process, kind of started to fall in love with a little bit more. I thought for sure if they were going to go defensive tackle there, that was going to be Big Citrus. I know that people are maybe not going to be happy that it's not Big Citrus. This is a rugged player from Missouri. I think, again, this is somebody that I watched early on. And when I watched him, I'm like, it's fine. And then I went back and watched again later, because sometimes when you watch people early in the process, especially as you're still like kind of getting back ingrained in watching college players, you kind of grow to enjoy them a little bit more. He's 6'4", 313 pounds, senior, strong tackler, 1,500 plus career snaps, 11-inch hands and 34-inch arms, big human being, does a great job of turning pressures into sacks, strong hands, 8.1% stop rate, not a very diverse pass rush move set. He's not going to give you a ton as a pass rusher. Usually doesn't explode off the line, but there are exceptions where he shows that ability. He would help literally any defensive line room, rotational piece with some flashes and upside, needs to improve his eye discipline. Think he would be best as a 3-4 defensive end, but could play some nose tackle as well. A little bit of inconsistent anchor. Most of his tape is pedestrian. It's not like amazing plays here and there. And he does struggle to get off of blocks from time to time, again, especially when it comes to from a pass rush standpoint. Like I said, watched him early in the process and was a little bit underwhelmed. Watched him again later in the process and I was really impressed by his overall tape. So he grew on me throughout the time that went on. I'll get you some more notes on McClellan. I think he's going to be one of those players too that has versatility for Green Bay, that they like to move up and down the defensive line. Lance Zierlein had a 4th to 5th round grade on him. 2-year starter who is solidly proportional with adequate length. McClellan is not a natural knee bender, which limits his anchor, and he allows blockers too far into his frame too often. He has flashes where he can dominate a rep, but he will need to improve his take-on technique and hand usage to be more consistent. His first step is average, and his pass rush isn't overly explosive, but McClellan can pry open edges with strong hands. He plows through to collapse pockets once his foot is in the door and projects as a backup nose tackle and an even front defense. Has some of the biggest hands in the draft class. I'll get you Brugler's notes here. And we'll see if I think Jeremiah should have them as well. All right. So defensive tackle, are you after edge or before edge? I can never remember. All right, here we go. McClellan was the 8th ranked defensive tackle on Brugler's board. Dominique Orange was 6th for what it's worth. I think people are going to hate Goody because Orange was on the board. I don't actually. I'm totally fine with this. All right. Let's see. Strengths: looks the part with natural thickness, long arms, and large hands. Good mover for his size, who can make plays in the backfield or outside the hashes. Gets into his pads of blockers quickly and uses every inch of his full extension. Able to create pocket push with leverage power. Effective arm over technique and violent hand swipes. Block recognition and run game has improved each season. Comes to balance well as a tackler to corral ball carriers and avoid misses. Consistent practice habits, will fit well in any locker room. Durable, played in all 51 games the last 4 seasons. That's a nice change of pace. He is 22. He turns 23 in October, by the way. Weaknesses: tends to play high, especially when he pops up right out of his stance. Marginal burst off the ball, allows blockers to push him wide once he narrows and loses hand placement. More likely to chip away than control blocks or quickly shed. Better upfield quickness than lateral agility. Pass rush is based more on strength than sequencing. Inconsistent timing when looping or running games on blockers. 2-year starter at Missouri. McClellan lined up as an interchangeable 1 to 3 technique, depending on the formation. In defensive coordinator Corey Batoon's scheme, he spent 2 seasons as a backup at Florida before becoming a steady force for the Tigers as a junior and senior. His production won't blow anyone away, but his impact gradually increased each season. McClellan looks like an NFL player with his big frame and bear claw hands. He can be a tough guy for centers to defend when he times up the snap and uses full extension or arm over moves to create interior pressure. However, he can get stuck on blocks, exactly what I said, and needs to be more efficient with his hands and deconstruct and shed. Against the run, he can hold the point and responds well to double teams. Overall, McClellan isn't a consistent disruptor, but he checks boxes with his physical characteristics and developing recognition skills. He projects as a rotational lineman on the interior who can give teams quality snaps as a 0 and 1 technique. Your new nose tackle for the Green Bay Packers. Take a look at Jeremiah's notes really quick. I think he'll have them for McClellan, but we'll see. He might not. No, he didn't have notes for McClellan. He was his 82nd player on the board. Green Bay got him at what? Green Bay got him at, why can't I figure this out? Green Bay got him at 77. So 82nd on Jeremiah's board. So again, anyone thinking that this was some like kind of crazy reach or anything, it's not at all. McClellan was like, I had him on like my next list of guys for potential top 100. He was not on my top 100. He was not on Brugler's top 100. He was 82nd on Daniel Jeremiah's board, 108 on the consensus big board. 21.6% chance to become either a Pro Bowler or a starter per ESPN. How you guys feeling? What are you thinking? I probably missed some super chats here. Just get to this really quick. Pittsburgh did it with Kenny Pickett too. They did do it with Kenny Pickett too. If Orange is anything like a TJ Slayton, wouldn't it have been a reach? You could argue it. I'm not. This is where I said Orange in the second was probably always a little bit too aggressive for me. I thought that Orange might go like more end of 3rd, early 4th round. Jeremiah had him in the hundreds on his board. Why did we need to move up for him? Clearly, they had some potential intel that he might have might have gone somewhere else. What the heck is Pat McAfee doing? If I had a nickel for every time Goot reached based on consensus for a Mizzou defender in the third round, well, you know the rest. Is there more than two? Is obviously Hopper is the other one. This is not a major reach. Again, Jeremiah had him at 82. It's maybe a few spots up. This is probably if I have a bone to pick with this one, I don't know that I feel like I would need to give up a fifth. If I felt like if I lost out on him for the fifth, I don't know that I would have lost sleep over it. So I think, but I will just tell you this, like that fifth matters a lot to Brian Gutekunst. Like it matters a lot. So the fact that he was willing to give up that fifth round pick to get him tells me that he really, really wanted to get him. Like I said, that if I have one bone to pick, if they would have taken him again at 83 or 84, I think that probably is again a little closer to value. Again, Daniel Jeremiah had him at 83, 82, whatever it was. But this is not some like crazy sort of reach. I don't know prospects well, but I like taking needs, so I'm happy. That is the other big thing too. They went with their two biggest needs in their first two picks, arguably, right? Defensive tackle and corner. They everyone's been talking defensive tackle, corner. These may or may not have been your specific cup of tea type players, but these are very much the positions of need. So again, I said this the other day. I love when I say something in advance, so it's not rose tinted glasses. I don't know if it was happy hour on Thursday or whether it was members Q&A earlier this week. I don't know when I said it. I think it was members Q&A. Might have been members Q&A. I literally said something to the exact extent of like, keep an eye on Chris McClellan in the third round for the Packers. I have a hunch he could be like one of their guys. And that's not to like, oh, look at me. It's literally saying like this had a Green Bay sort of pick written all over it, as did Brandon Cece, who we talked about as again the prediction for the second round today. So Packers have types. They like their guys. Again, you may vary in how you feel about that and whether you get the guys that you want. I would have taken Orange over McClellan. I do not think in any way, shape, or form that is an egregious decision. That does not feel to me at all. Again, Kevin King over TJ Watt. It does not feel Josh Myers over Creed Humphrey to me. I think they are very, very similar rated players. Daniel Jeremiah, again, who I have a lot of respect for. Daniel Jeremiah had Chris McClellan 82 on his board, and he had Dominique Orange 109. Daniel Jeremiah had McClellan rated 27 spots ahead of Dominique Orange. Okay. That's a pretty big noteworthy, distance between the two. So again, everyone has a little bit of a different feel. There are teams that are in war rooms right now that are thinking, why did Green Bay take Chris McClellan over Dominique Orange? There are other teams that are thinking that was a good pick. They got a really good player and completely would have done the exact same thing. That's how this goes. That's really funny. Who said Big Lemon? That's funny. His RAS, let me pull it up. I'm surprised I didn't have that in my notes. My apologies. He had a 601 RAS. So for all of you, he's just an RAS merchant sort of players, sort of people. He was not an RAS merchant. 60th percentile athlete, 6.01 relative athletic score, 80th percentile height, 82nd percentile weight, 57th percentile on the bench, 66th percentile vert, 72nd percentile broad jump, 73rd percentile 40-yard dash. His three big red flags, his 10-yard split, which measures your get off, which again was very hit and miss for him, was only in the 45th percentile. And then his short shuttle was only in the 14th percentile, and his three cone was only in the 14th percentile. Now, if he's going to play nose tackle, you don't care what his three cone and short shuttle is. That's not his job. It's not really in his job description. It's not a huge deal, but not a RAS merchant in this case in time. Draft coverage historically bad. They don't get 30 seconds for my boy. Yeah, I wish it was a little bit more towards the actual picks themselves, but it is what it is. By the way, my tweet, if they drafted Dominique Orange there, was going to be Orange is the new pack. It was right there. It was going to be great. Orange is the new pack, but alas, it was not to be. I don't think McClellan was a top 30, if I remember correctly. Almost positive he was not a top 30. Yeah, no, he was not. Not a top 30. Could have been over the Vikings. They've been looking for defensive tackle, although they did draft the defensive tackle already, so probably not. Ooh, I like that Jacoby Lane pick. I really like that Jacoby Lane pick. Ravens having a good draft. Who do they all draft so far for the Ravens? Aoni, Zion Young, and Jacoby Lane. That's probably going to be one of my favorite draft classes so far. They shut down all schools in Pittsburgh, moved all the homeless people out of sight, and painted the bridges. The draft takes over cities entirely. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't understand. The other thing too is like Daniel Jeremiah and like is so great at this. And like honestly, this is not again towards like most people in here today could probably go and do this because all Jeremiah gets to do is read off the 3 talking points that he has on the screen anyway. Like he knows the players. He could do far more than that, but he doesn't have time to do anything than like his top 3 talking points. So you could put the same 3 talking points in front of me. I could be like, yep, he's got big hands. He's athletic at the point of attack. You know, he needs to improve whatever. It's like, all right, we're on to the next guy. Oh, great. Fantastic. McClellan was 2nd team all SEC while Orange was 3rd team all Big 12. There you go. There you go. Orange was put in a really difficult situation in that defense at Iowa State. So that's a little bit not apples to apples either. But yeah, it's worth noting still nonetheless. All right. Where are we at in this beautiful draft? Round 3. All right. So recently, after the McClellan pick, AJ Halsey went to the Colts, Zachariah Branch to the Falcons, and then Jacoby Lane to the Ravens. We go to pick 100 tonight. We are at pick 80. So we've got 20 picks left remaining on the evening. Albert Regis to the Jaguars. We now have 2 picks that I did not get to watch. Somebody, I think it was Jeremiah, had him sneak in pretty high. Like I think he was in the top 150 at the end. He was somebody that I was probably going to get to soon, but just missed out on. So 2 players tonight I did not get to watch. Unacceptable. Total failure. Texas Tech and Texas A&M. Caleb Douglas and Albert Regis. Albert Regis makes my draft coverage egregious. Jaguars having a very weird draft. I don't know what they're doing. Hope it works out for him. Just making sure I didn't miss any super chats. How you guys feel? I didn't get to see when all of you guys were kind of reacting because I was going through everything. Oh, let me get to McGinn's. See what McGinn had to say, or the scouts from McGinn had to say about. All right. Ooh, not a great start. Had him 12th on the defensive tackle list on McGinn's list. So it was Peter Woods, then Caden McDonald, then Kristen Miller, then Lee Hunter, then Dominique Orange, then Caleb Banks, then Daryl Jackson, who's still out there, then Grayson Halton, who's still out there, then Nick Barrett, who's still out there, then Rayshon Benny, who's still out there, then Zane Durant, who's still out there, and then Chris McClellan. Started 1 of 25 games at Florida from 22 to 23, and then 22 of 26 games at Missouri in 24 and 25. I wasn't in love with the kid, but he kind of came on this year, said one scout. He has his instinctual problems. He wasn't getting off and making plays going into the season, but he proved to me that he has made the jump. Arms were 34, hands 11, tied Jackson's for the largest at the position. Finished with 133 tackles, including 17 for loss, 10.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 4 batted passes. He's now a functional starter, a rotating starter, the scout said. Is he an impact type player? No, but he's probably an impact player stopping the run because he has that length. He's got that disruptive element in him. He gets his hands up. He could be a presence inside, probably more of a pass rusher than a lot of the other guys. I think by the 4th, he's gone. 4-star recruit from North Tulsa, Oklahoma. There you go. There's your notes. I have got to clean up some of my tabs here. My tabs are all over the place. But I digress. Next 4 picks: Zune, Raritan, Demings, Vandenberg. Robert, you're a man of high class and intelligence. I would love if you said that the next 4 picks were those 4. I'd be next an A+ next 4 picks. Would gladly take that. I didn't get a chance. Wasn't it supposed to rain? I don't know if it's raining out there. I haven't had a chance to really look at the crowd too much. I have no idea what they're going to do for the rivalry jersey. Honestly, absolutely no idea. In my opinion, the Packers should get Keontae Scott. Seems like day one starter at corner. Also, Pregnon and Dunker would be tremendous. So line value at this point. Yeah, I mean, we've got a little bit of a ways, right? Packers pick what at night? Like 120, is it? Yeah, 120. We're at 82. We've got almost 40 picks before Green Bay picks again. So buckle in for a stretch of no draft picks here. Jakes could have wanted McClellan. That's possible. And they took Regis over Orange too. I said very early in the process, the Orange situation could remind me of Billings, the Bears nose tackle from last year, who he eventually, the nose tackle, people thought he was going to go like late first, early mid second. And he ended up going in the 5th round, if I remember correctly, to the Bengals that year. So again, 3rd round, 4th round for Dominique Orange. Again, I would have been fine with it at the end of round 2. There we go. Ross Uglam's damn right. Hashtag or at Andy Herman was all over this Chris McClellan business. Damn right. Damn right. Once you do this for a while, especially with Goody, this is not anything like that's super insane. They have types. They absolutely have types. It just is what it is. So McClellan's RES, you said, is 8.48. I mean, I can share my screen with you. I'm looking at the screen right now. Okay, I have so many tabs open. I can't even find what freaking tab. There we go. 6.01 is what I'm seeing. That's directly from the RAS website. So maybe my guess is there's probably some stuff out there that he didn't do his agility testing earlier in the process. And then he probably did his agility testing at the pro day. And that probably brought him from an 8 something to a 6 something would be my guess. What did Eisen say? The Vikings took Orange. What did Eisen say? Oh, that's a bummer. That's a little kick in the groin. I'm not going to lie. But if they would have stayed at 83, this probably would have been almost a little bit more of a kick in the groin that the Vikings would have taken, or 84. Was it 83 or 84? I think it was 84, right? That the Vikings would have taken Dominique Orange 2 picks before. 2 defensive tackles for the Vikings, though. Interesting. All right, remove this damn thing. All right. Oh, you said orange is the new purple? Orange is the new pack would have been way cooler. All of a sudden, I hate oranges. Kuiper said it was a reach. Where did Kuiper have him on the big board? Mel Kuiper's big board. Let's see where he had McClellan too. Did he say McClellan was a reach or Orange was a reach? Dominique Orange, he had as his 9th defensive tackle. So Kuiper had McClellan as his 8th defensive tackle. Dominique Orange is his 9th. So both Daniel Jeremiah and Mel Kuiper, the 2 draft experts that are announcing the draft today, both had McClellan over Dominique Orange for the record. I'll take McCoy at any point. I mean, again, the McCoy thing is not a GM decision at this point. It's just not. It's just whatever. Did the doctor say, like, can he play again? At this point, like, I'm wondering if he can play again, because I have some real concerns if he's going this late in the process. Yeah. So if you don't count the agility, yeah. And again, at nose tackle, if that's what he's going to be, the agility is not really all that important. Mel Kiper likes it. I like it more. So yeah, again, Daniel Jeremiah and Mel Kiper both had McClellan over Dominique Orange. Packers moved ahead of the Vikings to take McClellan, almost guaranteed they knew the Vikings were going there and wanted McClellan more. Could have been two defensive tackles went right after Green Bay, right? So the Jaguars and the Vikings took defensive tackles in that spot. So there is a very strong chance, that they felt like defensive tackles were going to go in that area. And if that's the case, they wanted to get up and make sure they got their guy. And they did. I have no issue with that. No issue with that whatsoever. I do wonder, like in an alternate universe, if I wonder if the Jaguars would have taken their guy anyway. If the Vikings would have taken McClellan, then would have Orange just been there? Would Green Bay have taken Orange at 84 or whatever? I thought I lost the draft there for a second. I'm like, what the hell just happened? I pick 84 is in with Tampa. Brian, why are you giving it a C? I think this is a totally fine draft. All right. Packers director of football operations, Milt Hendrickson, said the war room had 6 people working the phones to trade up for Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan. I think McClellan fits the team's need for a nose tackle, but can also play across the defensive line. So they had 6 different people trying to find trades. All right. So they really wanted him. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but they really wanted him. They traded their second, 5th round pick to move up. A+ Goody Slade. We'll see. Why the C, Brian? Sorry, spat or you missed Sue's shot. All good. Second half doesn't apply anymore. All right, we'll get there. Sorry, I know I probably got a little bit. Now with the needs out of the way, who's next? Yeah, we're almost 35 picks away from their next pick. We'll get there. I don't know if I'll get there tomorrow because I don't know if I'm going to get there in time. I'll be there noon tomorrow Central Time for the live chat. So about an hour. Yeah, I think I should be there for the 4th round pick. So when we get on, we'll start discussing right away who's left and things like that. So again, I think in year 1 for McClellan, you're looking at him to be a piece of that rotation at the nose tackle position. He'll have a chance. Like it wouldn't surprise me right away if it's like McClellan, Wyatt, and Hargrave as your starters in the 3-4. He'll have every opportunity, I think, to earn that nose tackle spot. Wouldn't surprise me if you put on a little bit of weight too, a little bit of functional strength. If McClellan was on the cover of the draft guide instead of Orange, do you think fans would feel differently about the pick? I just wish that, again, it's fun falling in love with certain prospects. Yeah, it's fine. This was always a player that, again, was very much McClellan. I talked about him as a 3rd round pick the other day, which again, I love that I can say it without rose, or green and gold tinted glasses, because literally talked about him as being their 3rd round pick just a couple days ago. And I think he makes total sense for what they're looking for at this spot. I would have taken Dominique Orange over him. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have. I had Dominique Orange higher on my board, but I do not think that this is any sort of egregious situation. And again, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, both had McClellan over Dominique Orange. I was gonna say, let's see where Dominique Orange goes, but I forgot he just went to Minnesota. So we'll see. We'll see who got the better defensive tackle. We'll be keeping a very close eye on it in the NFC North for the foreseeable future, I am sure. And I am sure Goody will never hear the end of it if Orange ends up being better than McClellan for sure. My opinion, the Packers should get, we talked about that. Pregnon and Dunker would be tremendous O-line. Totally agree. McClellan feels like a bigger, more athletic Mike Daniels. Also, if Orange continues to fall, do we move back into the 3rd? All right, so yeah, Orange is gone. But I don't quite see the Mike Daniels sort of side of this, but I liked him and Zion Young playing a physical brand of football for that Missouri defense for sure. So I think he's going to help this team. I really do. Offensive line could easily be next. Again, we're to the point now, by the way, where there's no edge rusher that's going to beat out Barron Sorrell. Every edge rusher would be graded behind Barron Sorrell that Green Bay would draft the rest of the time. Every edge rusher is going to be very similar to Brenton Cox and Colin Oliver and Barron Sorrell. So I don't think edge rusher, you can take one if you want to take one. There's nothing against taking one, but you've sort of missed out on any opportunity to maybe get somebody who can come in and make that immediate impact. And if that's the case, Buccaneers draft Ted Hurst, by the way. Ted Hurst at 84. So yeah, you miss anybody that kind of makes that immediate impact. So you can kind of, if you want, just ignore that edge position. You don't really need it at this point. So you would like to probably get another offensive lineman or two, just for some more depth and competition. I would say that that's probably the next things on their board. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Austin Barber, by the way, speaking of offensive linemen, just got taken, as did Ted Hurst. So a couple picks there that are of interest. I think the Steelers got Barber. Ted Hurst goes to the Buccaneers. The Chargers just got 86 for 105, 145, and 206. Okay. Cool. All right. Sorry. Brief, just checking some tweets there. All right. Let's see. So we have 85 Pittsburgh again. Barber is going there. And then 86 is Cleveland. Where's my draft board here? We're in round 3. We've still got 14 picks left, 15 picks left. So 15 picks left for the remainder of the draft. Recent picks, again, after McClellan, Halsey to the Colts, Zachariah Branch to the Falcons, Jacoby Lane to the Ravens, Albert Regis to the Jaguars, Dominique Orange to the Vikings, Chris Brazzell to the Panthers, and then Ted Hurst to the Buccaneers. Again, interesting that before Green Bay would have taken their pick at 84, when they moved up to get McClellan, again, Albert Regis, Dominique Orange, 2 defensive tackles go between them. So again, Green Bay very well may have had some intel that defensive tackles were going to start to go and wanted to get their guy. And again, per Milt Hendrickson, they had 6 people calling to try to trade up to get a pick where they could get Chris McClellan. They were convicted on it. You may not like it. You may like it. You may love it. You may hate it. But the Packers were convicted on going up and getting Chris McClellan. Yeah, the McCoy thing is just a huge bummer at this point in time. Absolutely hate to see it. I actually don't necessarily know if I totally agree with that, Cheese Aficionado. I think Justice did a pretty good job covering this. If you saw Orange, he's playing that bizarro 3-man line at Iowa State that's just conducive to 0 pass rush whatsoever. That was not what he was asked to do. But if you actually look at his Dalen Everett to the Steelers, by the way. Oh, so there was a wrong. Oh, maybe it was after the Steelers pick, but Dalen Everett to Pittsburgh. So maybe that was Cleveland's pick that got tipped before. But Dalen Everett to Pittsburgh. All right. And then we'll see what happens with Cleveland there. I think that was the one that got tipped. But anyway, I do think that when you actually see what Orange was asked to do in some pass rush situations, when he actually got him, I think he was fine. And I don't think McClellan has like a crazy amount of high upside as a pass rusher either, but we'll see. We'll see. They won't do it, but the Packers should sign Clowney or Cam Jordan. Van Ness and Sorrell as a starting edge for the first month, unlikely to work. Joey Bosa could be somebody there too. I'll be interested to see what they do at that position. If anything feels light at the moment, maybe they feel like they can get by up until the time Micah gets back. Maybe they feel like Micah's going to be back sooner. I don't know, but it does feel a little thin at the moment. So the Browns selection is in. So Austin Barber was the one that the Browns took at 86. So Everett at 85, Austin Barber at 86. Dolphins at 87 are on the clock. All right. How you guys feeling? How are we feeling? Thank you to the 2,400 of you in chat. 5 picks tomorrow for Green Bay. You bet. If Parsons isn't back to full health, I want Harold Perkins to pick up the slack. I don't think Perkins is an edge rusher. I don't think Perkins is an edge rusher. DDS could be better than Sorrell. That's at least a conversation. I don't think DDS gets to 120. I think he probably goes here before the end of the third round. Green Bay could probably get from 120 to 100 if they want, like end of this, day 3. But DDS would have to make it maybe 15 more picks or so, or at least 13 more picks to the end of the night. Want Damon Bankston at 255? It's possible. It's possible. I think the other thing is, like, I think they can just flat out get him at as an undrafted free agent, to be honest. Sean is feeling good. Is that just because you've been drinking, or is that because you like the draft? Cowboys could take DDS. They're just trying desperately to replace Micah Parsons, so I get it. Yeah, Zune at 120 would be a pretty dream scenario for me. Yeah, Jerry Jones does feel like Thanos after Micah, of just collecting stones. Kasmeric went, wow, 87. That's pretty freaking aggressive. He's a good blocker. Again, teams, they want these tight ends. They want these tight ends. Tight ends had a pretty big rush on day 2. What have we had for tight ends today? So we had Sadiq yesterday, then Eli Stowers, Nate Borkircher, Marlon Klein, Max Clare, Sam Roosh, Oscar Delp, and Will Kasmeric. It's a lot of tight ends. These tight ends are flying off the board. Sean, why are you feeling underwhelmed? They gave up the later fifth round pick. I feel good. I think, again, knowing that they weren't going to have a first round pick, knowing that they were going to have to wait till pick 50s, and that, they did trade up a little bit in the third. My only gripe of anything is, I love that they were convicted for the player. I don't love that they had to give up the extra fifth. That's the only thing that would be a little bit of a bummer for me right now. Outside of that, if you would have told me that they, ended with Cece and McClellan in the second and third, I would have said, yeah, that's the most Packers draft that ever had a Packers draft. That is literally them to a damn T. No anything else beyond it. That is a Packers draft to end all Packers drafts. So yeah, I think this was a, solid B. Again, maybe a B minus, just because, again, I don't like having to give up that fifth, especially for Goody wanting to give up, or, maybe collect extra picks. But I can live with that because they were so convicted with the player. It's a little bit better than an early 6, especially when you count comp picks in there too. It's better than that. Like they're the 20th pick in the 5th round, so it's it's midway through the 5th round. So I wouldn't say it's quite a 6th. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't trade down from 52 as well. I think they got a good value there at 52. I don't think Washington Jr. makes it to 120, but again, this is where I said I thought Washington Jr. was more of a 4th round guy. He's kind of going more in that range. This is why I said if Washington Jr. goes in the 2nd round, it's going to be a little vomit inducing. This is why. This is why I said if DDS goes in the 2nd round, Dominique Orange goes in the 2nd round, it would have been just a little bit of a reach, because they could have got both those guys. They could have got Dominique Orange by trading up in the 3rd, and they could have got DDS by staying in the 3rd. So, all right. How many times have I said that? I got to stop saying, all right. No top 30 visits yet for Green Bay. Neither of their picks were top 30 visits. My heart ached after seeing Hurst go. I can understand that. He was a really fun player, but it was just not destined to be once that Jaden Reed deal got done. On the day as a whole, all right? So I think we're probably safe to say Green Bay is going to be done for the day, right? Jaden Reed contract extension, plus Cece in the 2nd, plus trade up to get McClellan in the 3rd. How we feeling? How we feeling on the Packers day as a whole? Oh, the Jags took Pregnon? That if the Jags would like reverse their draft order right now, if the Jacksonville Jaguars took Pregnon with their 2nd, right? Even their third. Like if they would have taken, they probably would be a little bit different order, but if they would have taken Pregnon in the second and then Borkircher in the third, and then like Regis with one of their other like third round picks, I would feel a whole lot different about their draft. Just interesting how that fell. But they get a second round value in the third. They just took like a fifth round value in the second and like a third or fourth round value in the third. But yeah, interesting draft for them. Awesome day. Good day. 6.5 to 7 out of 10. Pretty solid. I like it. Two of the biggest needs, creating competition. B, thumbs up. Huge night for Andy Herman. Let's go. Let's go. Team got better, Andy. Needs addressed. That's how I feel. B minus. Feel great. B plus draft. More cornerbacks, offensive line, pass rusher, and running back. B plus on the day. Best part is Reed. I don't have a 120 prediction yet. Again, we're like a full round away right now from 120. So we have to get a little bit closer. All right. So if you're asking me to Nostradamus, pick 120. I'll say Trey Zoon the third. I'll say Trey Zoon the third. Trey Zoon the third or Brian Parker, one of the two like offensive linemen that are probably kicking inside a very Packers-y type move. So Trey Zoon the third, Brian Parker the second. Keep an eye on those two in round 4. And then I think they will take, I think there's a good chance they take a corner again. Well, I don't actually know that. I'm not going to predict that yet. But I'm going to say Zoon or Brian Parker for tomorrow. Solid B plus. Brian, two totally different players. All right. So this is where we kind of need to be careful with how we label things. Proctor and McClellan are both defensive tackles. Proctor solves nothing on your life. He's a good player. I love Proctor. Okay. There's a chance, by the way, like if Proctor went second, I wouldn't have been shocked. If Proctor ends up going fifth, I'm not going to be shocked. In the 5th round, I mean. So there's a wide range of outcomes here in Proctor, but Proctor is a more like a pass rush specialist on the interior. He's not going to almost do anything for you in the run game. So, you're not getting that big physical player that they desperately needed to help stop the run inside. Chris McClellan gives you that. He's going to help with that. So McClellan, more of that nose tackle, can play some 0, can play some 1, can probably play a little 3 technique if you wanted him to, a little bit of versatility, but he gives you all of that. Proctor does not give you any of that. Proctor is going to be a sub down pass rush specialist only at this point in time, in my opinion. So same defensive tackle position. You could not have, you could have further players if you did like, I don't know, maybe like a big, like 6'5", 380 sort of defensive tackle or something. But these are two very opposite defensive tackles on the spectrum. Seabiscuit is in gravy. Seabiscuit's in gravy. Thank you for the 5 memberships. You are awesome, my friend. Bears took Xavier Thomas. Damn it. There's number 3. Was Xavier Thomas on my list to watch today? Skylar Thomas was on my list to watch today. Xavier Thomas was not. 3 players. Son of a beast thing. Unacceptable. I thought I had a chance. I really did. Bears do still suck. We can agree. Lux says, I'm happy with the picks. I also think trading up was the right move. I have a feeling just based on their probable intel and the fact that 2 defensive tackles went right after, I have a feeling they probably knew he was going to get taken. Bryce Lance in the 4th? Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be a really fun pick. Just making sure I do not miss any super chats. Thank you to the 132 super chats on the night. Thank you to the 2,205 of you, 2,206 of you who are now in chat still. Bears having a rough go. Let's look at the NFC North. Who did the 49ers take here first? And then Kalen Black. Wow. Black goes before Mike Washington. I thought Black was like going to be like a 5th round guy at best. I really like with the glasses of like a 5th round pick. I really liked Kalen Black. With the glasses of like a 3rd round pick, I'm like, that's a little bit of a interesting selection. But I did legitimately like him. But that feels a little aggressive. A little aggressive there for San Fran. And yeah, I did not expect him to go ahead of Mike Washington. I wonder if Mike Washington had something that so many teams wanted to bring him in for a visit. I don't know. Sometimes that stuff can be interesting. Let's take a look at the NFC North. All right. So obviously Green Bay has got Cece and Chris McClellan so far. Detroit has got Blake Miller. I love that pick. Can't hide it. And Derek Moore, I think, was a really good pick for them in round 2 as well. 2 Lionsy players. They got better in the trenches. They needed to get better in the trenches. I think that was a pretty good draft overall for them so far. Chicago. Thieneman is fine. Again, positional value, you have to have the discussion on, but he's a really good player. Logan Jones, again, wide range of outcomes here. I loved the tape. He's undersized. Again, Justice had him as a backup. I think a lot of teams probably would have had him as a backup. I don't think there's any world in which the Green Bay Packers ever take Logan Jones. Just never is going to be their cup of tea. Drew Dahlman is what they're hoping for. He's one of the biggest comps for Logan Jones of all the players. So they're going to hope for the best. He is a great scheme fit for them, like an unbelievable scheme fit. I wouldn't be surprised if he pressed Garrett Bradbury right away for that job. But he also might be a full-time backup in his career too, if he just can't handle the size and the strength of the NFL. Sam Roosh, that's exactly where I expected him to go. Good blocking tight end. Also a very good fit for that Chicago Bears team. Good scheme fit. And again, I didn't watch Xavier Thomas, so I cannot speak to him one way or the other. Minnesota. Caleb Banks, love the home run swing. No idea if it's going to work out. Could be an A, could be an F. Probably not going to be anything in between. Golday is fine. I thought there were better linebackers on the board when they took Golday. And Dominique Orange is a good pick in the 3rd. So I think it's fine. Nothing in the NFC North is giving me like, oh my God, I can't believe that we have to deal with this now. I think Detroit had solid. I think Minnesota had solid. I think the Bears had solid. I don't think it's anything bad. I don't think it's anything spectacular. And if we're, for all the Bears, Lions, and Vikings fans who think we can't, reason or whatever, we're just, putting the draft side by side. Green Bay's had the worst draft of the 4 teams so far. They didn't have a first round pick, so they should have the worst of the 4. But yeah, I would gladly trade Green Bay's draft for any of the other draft classes so far. But obviously there's a lot more capital that all the other teams had than Green Bay. Cece will be, again, this is full Joker breaking a pool cue in half, throwing 2 sides down and having a fatal 4-way with Keyshawn Nixon and Carrington Valentine, Brandon Cece, and Benjamin St-Juste. I do think that Keyshawn Nixon will be the leader in the clubhouse to get one of those spots, but I don't think it's going to be a foregone conclusion. Again, the McCoy stuff is, I think, completely out of anybody's hands at this point. If I'm a GM in a GM room, it's just the doctor telling, can he play again? How many games is he going to play? If they're saying like, we don't know if he's ever going to play again, or, he might be out the next 2 years, or he might be out for a year, come back, and he's at an extremely high risk of having this happen all over again. I mean, probably not until like round 7. You're I guess probably like 6, 7, somewhere in that range is where you start taking and just say, we'll take the flyer. But it's going to be a while if it's something like that. I don't know. There's a reason, obviously, he's still there. There's all 32 teams. All right. All 32 teams know that he's been the most talented player on the board for the last 80 picks. All right. Even if there's a team who viewed him a little bit lower, he's been the most talented player on the board for everybody for at minimum the last 70 picks. And every team is like, yeah, we can't do it. So that just tells me, you can't do it. I hope they're all wrong. Hope the kid goes on to have an amazing career. Hope it's not for the Bears, Lions, or Vikings, but I don't even know what to sort of do with it at this point. My grandpa Lovell, Lovell Ives, composer of the music for the Go Pack Go chant, directed Packer Band and many other things for the Packers. Rest in peace, Grandpa. That's amazing. That's awesome. Not that he's, rest in peace, but that he made the song. That's amazing. Proctor and Prysock, then O-line depth. Sure. I'd probably like to get some O-line depth a little bit earlier, but Proctor and Prysock would certainly be good picks. What teams have had the best draft so far, in your opinion? YouTube Addict, I'd have to go through all 32 teams and kind of look at everyone, if I'm being honest. I'm just trying to keep track of kind of what Green Bay has been doing and things like that, and just kind of going pick by pick. So I'll take a look and probably on our like Sunday episode, I'll probably kind of go through. Oh, there goes Zune. Son of a bee sting. Well, that sucks. Screw you, Raiders. Why are you drafting a center? You just spent $1 billion on Tyler Linderbaum. You just spent a literal bazillion dollars. Now, to be fair, Zune can play guard for sure as well. But even still, his primary position was probably going to be center. And you just drafted the backup to your guy you just paid $1 billion to. I don't know. I'm sure he can play guard too. Yeah, Zune would have been fun. There goes. I get to redo my 4th round prediction. Sorry, Beast, not meant to take your copyrighted. Ooh, I like this. Dallas did take another pass rusher. I like this one though. They take Jayshon Barham. I do like that pick for Dallas. He's a good player. I'm assuming they're going to play him as an edge. I think there's some thought maybe he could do some inside linebacker stuff too. Might have some versatility. Could be a little bit of a special teams demon. He's very undersized, more of a pass rush specialist. But I really did like him. I think that's a good pick for Dallas. Yeah, I'm not super shocked that Zune is gone. Eagles have had an A+ draft. What do we got for Philly so far? Well, they acquired Grenard, which is a really good pick. They got Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, Markel Bell, and getting Grenard. Stowers, I love. I think Lemon is really good value at that spot at pick 20. Markel Bell is fine. I'm cool with that pick there. No, really good or really bad one way or the other. I think getting Grenard for them is their home run swing. Where's my depth charts here? Am I all out of depth charts? I got to open a new depth chart. Where's this Philly line looking? So they got Grenard. They really don't have, I guess, Grenard and Nolan Smith, and then Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter inside. That's a pretty good with Jihad Campbell and Zach Brown at linebacker. They got Jalex Hunt, Ebiketie, Ojomo, a couple other players as well. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Reek Woolen at corner. Marcus Epson, Makuba at safety. Safeties are not great, but you can live with that when you have a good rest of the defense. Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, Dontavian Wicks at wide receiver. Mailata, Dixon, Juergens, Steen, and Johnson on the offensive line. Goddard and Stowers at tight end. Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Saquon Barkley at running back. That's a damn good roster. It's a damn good roster. Let's see. LT Overton in the 4th, typical Packers pass rusher, not a lot of college production, but a lot of upside. I think he had a terrible RAS, if I remember correctly. Where's my RAS calculator? There it is. He had, what the heck? It's not wanting to work. Yeah, he had a 2.47 relative athletic score. I don't think he's going to be a Packers type. He was 6'3", 274. He had a 0.6% vertical, 2.32, 23rd percent broad jump. Yeah, 15% short shuttle, 26% 3-cone. Yeah, not a very pretty RAS score. I don't think he's going to be a Packers type. Oh my God. Okay. All right. The Rams just took Keegan Trost. I watched this guy and I thought he can start right now. I thought he can immediately start in the NFL at tackle. There's talk of potentially moving him to guard. I really, really, truly thought he is a starting guard. And this was the first one where then I went and looked at some of the consensus boards and things like that. And I'm like, am I losing my damn mind? I'm like, he's old. He's 25, or he might even be like 20. He's really old. He might be one of the oldest players in the class. But Brugler, not in the top 100. Daniel Jeremiah, not in the 150. The consensus had him at 164. Like, he was like, just everyone like hated the guy. And I thought I was going freaking insane. Kudos to you, Rams. I liked Keegan Trost a lot. I think he can start a tackle right now in the NFL. I really do. But he is old as shit. Sorry, old as hell. I don't really care that I swear, but I try not to as much as possible. He is, he just turned 25. He just turned 25 9 days ago. So he's 25 years old already. But I really liked his tape. And with being older, I think he's going to be able to come in and just be a little bit more physically developed and be able to help an offensive line right away. Yeah, if DDS is there in the fourth, I think they'll immediately take him. I don't think there'll be any question about that. Yeah, no, he's 25, but I liked him a lot. Neil was always going to be like late third, early fourth type range. I didn't think it was ever going to be anything different than that. I think even mid fourth is in the possibility. I don't think it's wouldn't be a surprise at all there if he was at 120. I think he could easily still be there. Patriots move down. Steelers on the clock. 99 and 216 for 96. Really like that Trost pick by the Chris Bell. Chris Bell is still on the board. That is a Dolphins took Chris Bell. That's a really nice pick by them. That's a player coming back from injury that has the ability. He could have gone like second round, I think, like early second round, maybe even late first if he was fully healthy coming into this process. Proctor could be a pick in the fourth for sure. He's still out there. I like that Chris Bell pick. Dolphins have done a nice job. I mean, I need to look at this. They've had a lot of picks. They get Proctor, a guy that I always thought was going to go early first. Chris Johnson, one of my favorite guys in the first. Jacob Rodriguez, I thought maybe the best inside linebacker in this class in the second. Caleb Douglas, again, the one I didn't watch. Kasmerick feels like a reach in the third. I like him. I really do. He might be the best blocking tight end in the class. But then getting Chris Bell in the third here, if again, you just reorder this a little bit, if you do Proctor, then Johnson, then Rodriguez, then Chris Bell, then like Caleb Douglas and Kasmerick, it probably looks a little bit different, but I really like their draft overall so far. Oops. All right, Andy, what do you think of our picks tonight? And were you surprised we went McClellan over Big Citrus? I'm hoping for Washington, the running back from Arkansas tomorrow. Thoughts on him? If they could get Washington on fourth round, that's a steal of a pick. That's a really good pick at that point in time. I would have gone orange over McClellan. I talked about McClellan the other day as a real opportunity and option for them in the third round. Patriots took Eli Raridon. These tight ends just flying off the board today. Just absolutely flying off the board. But yeah, I talked just the other day. I think it was the members chat. Maybe it was the other Q&A. I don't know. I lose track of what I talk about when, but it was definitely a live Q&A where I talked about McClellan really growing on me, and it wouldn't surprise me if he was their third round pick. I think the difference is negligible. Again, I would have taken orange personally. I think he was a little bit better, but I have no issue with it being McClellan. And overall, I think it's a solid day. Nothing spectacular. If we talked about on like day one of like Blake Miller and like Thieneman being like just solid doubles, I think Green Bay just took what was there. They hit solid singles. I don't think they hit anything out of the park. They took what was there on the board, players of need at positions of need, and they got solid players. They got better at positions that they were struggling at. I think when you're not having a first round pick and when you're picking, middle in the second, middle in the third, I think that's exactly what you can kind of expect to get at that point in time in a down draft, I might mention. Never mind. We got Big Citrus draft saved. There you go. There's something for you guys. Again, it takes you guys 2 defensive tackles to replace Javon Hargrave. I get it. Not everyone can have Javon Hargrave. So it took you guys a first round pick and a third round pick to try to make up for your loss of Javon Hargrave to the Packers. So I know, I get it. It's you guys did what you had to do. Will I be exhausted of streaming by the end of the week? No, I don't think so. I think I will have a level of relief when tomorrow is not of like streaming, of just like it's done. Even then, it's not done because there's going to be a lot of picks that they take that I haven't watched any of yet. Thankfully for me, thankfully Green Bay wasn't one of the teams that drafted a player I didn't watch. Right, that would have been really, really sucky if that happened. But yeah, I'm very excited about watching the tape of the players that they took so far. I'll dig into more McClellan and I'll dig into more of Cece tonight, and we'll do obviously a big recap of them for tomorrow's show. Don't know if I don't know if I'm going to end up doing the gut reaction. Maybe I will. I'll probably still try to do a gut reaction, but yeah, there's just going to be a lot of work over the next week and a half of just breaking down a crap ton of tape, reviewing all the players in great detail. For those of you who are maybe new to this, the deep dive draft reviews, I think, are the best thing I do all year long. Like, they are highly, there's just everything that you would want to know. They're in insane depth, and I really go through and watch every bit of tape with an extremely fine tooth comb. So I'm excited to do that. But these next 2 weeks, because of that, will also be a grind. But yeah, overall, I'll be a little bit excited, and it'll be bittersweet because I love the draft, but there will be just a little bit of like an exhale when it's done. And I get a Luiges Pizza too. So there's also that. I'm not super surprised that Dunker's not there. He's a little bit of a, gets a little bit of boost from the mullet. He's good. He's not great. Solid player, but I would expect him to go soon. I'd be surprised if he got anywhere past the middle of the fourth. But anything in the next, if he was there at 120, that'd be a great pick for Green Bay. I expect he'll be gone before that, but we'll see. Sorry about that. Any chance we look into the Michigan fullback as a replacement for a blocking tight end, since a bunch of tight ends are already flying off the board? Yeah, Bredesen, right? I didn't watch him, but I'm aware of him, obviously, just from a lot of watching, Michigan games and some big time games or whatnot. But yeah, they could look at it. I don't know that they have a huge appetite for a fullback, but we'll see. Who did it? Oh, there's Dunker. Steelers take Dunker at 96. 96 for Dunker. You got taken at the Dunker spot. That's an NBA joke. You're welcome. Mike, I've said all along, Dunker 96 is the sweet spot for Jennings Dunker. Expect him to go right around 96 overall. Andy, I'm so thankful I have you to watch all the hours and hours of tape for me. You're welcome. Happy to do it. Labor of love. Wouldn't rather be doing anything else. It's one of those things, GBP for life, where, it's competing interest. A lot of their top 30 visits have become Packers as of late. So I had them for a top 30, but the RAS didn't match. But if you really go at the RAS, Hunter was I guess Hunter was worse. All right. So Lee Hunter was a 4.12. McClellan was in the 6. It's not a crazy, crazy difference, but yeah, McClellan was still better. Yeah. Dunker, 96 overall. What's the, oh boy. Oh, there's no Culvers in Pittsburgh. No Culvers in Pennsylvania. That's a problem. It's all downhill. All right. What was I going to? Oh, Nagler posted eyeballs for something earlier. I wanted to see what he was joshing at. First of all, newly drafted Chris McClellan on what he knows about the Packers. I know it's one of the most legendary franchises in the league. I know the expectation there is to win games year in and year out. I know they've had some pretty successful defensive linemen in the past. I just want to go in there and learn from all the guys there and try to soak up as much knowledge as I can. Dusty Evely, Chris McClellan notes. I really like him. Tyler Brook. This was from March 15th from Tyler Brook. Mark me down as very intrigued by Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan. 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands. Really stout against the run and has enough quickness to bring pass rushing juice. Lowering his pad level and improving his technique could make him a dominant 3-down player. Pick is in for the Vikings. Let's hope it sucks. Quarterback, you got to be a quarterback, right? Chris McClellan on his versatility. I can play anywhere across the line, and that's what I'm going to do. Wherever they need me to go, I'll go and play and contribute and help the team in whatever way I can. I don't care if I have to be a 0, nose, or a 5 technique. That is exactly what you want to hear from your defensive tackle that has to do all the gritty work. It's exactly what you want to hear. Okay. I did it again. Son of a bee sting. I have a tick. I got to stop it. Knock it off, Andy. Cole Payton to have an NDSU filled quarterback room. Get after it. I kind of want Payton for the Packers, if I'm being honest. I don't know if you're talking about Vikings or Packers, but oh, do you still have Wentz? Wentz is still there, isn't he? They re-signed him, right? So obviously you're talking about you guys. You do still have Wentz. Forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. What am I stopping? Oh, my little tick. Sorry. You're doing great, dude. You're operating on like adrenaline, willpower, and bad tea. It's great tea. You bastard. Yeah, I do like Peyton to the pack. I think he'd be a good pick later. I don't think they'll do it, but I would not hate that at all. What do we have left? 4 picks? Vikings, Seahawks, Jaguars. Who knows what the Jaguars are going to do? Stick around for that. They might take Gaston. If anyone's going to take Gaston, it might be the Jaguars based on today. You never know. I do have a homemade tea maker with really good tea too, and then I just put ice in it, and it's really delicious iced tea. I do have that from time to time. Not during this time of year. I am, yeah, and I probably won't get to bed. I bet I'll get to bed probably between 4 and 5 a.m. tonight would be my guess. It's going to be a very late night tonight. And then, like I said, I got to be a soccer game tomorrow. So soccer game is at 10:20 at about 40 minutes away. So I need to leave at about 9:30. So I probably need to wake up at 8:30. So I'm probably going to try to get 4:30 to 8:30 tonight of sleep. That's probably my goal. Try to get 4 hours of sleep from 4:30 to 8:30. Tune in for the Vikings. Farrington Show, that's a good pick. It's a good pick. Not many offensive linemen left too. He's got some tackle guard versatility. I think if like things go really, really right, I think he could be a starting tackle in the future. Things would have to go really right, but he's a pretty good player. Yeah, that's a good pick for you guys. Are you doing a live show right now? Are you doing a live show and posting in here? Ziggy, are you just like ignoring Paul and just chatting with us instead? Or is your live show done? Yeah, he'll be a decent backup for you guys. Tackle guard, can play left and right. He might have some forward position versatility for you guys. You guys called it after the second round. Lame. Got to go the whole thing. Should go just straight from now until end of the 7th. Don't even take any time off. Get back on there. Yeah, Darisaw has had some injury issues. Yeah, Tiernan's probably going to have to play inside because of his short arms, would be my guess. But I think he's going to have a chance at tackle. I really do. If you guys just, you just need a little bit more iced tea in you. You get a little bit more iced tea in you, and you'll be totally fine. Could definitely go another round. Always good to see Ziggy's with us. All right, so is this the second Vikings pick now? They had back-to-back, right? Jacoby Thomas. I cannot believe Jacoby Thomas went before my guy. I can't believe he's still available. That Keontae Scott is still out there, right? Halsey's gone, Pregnon's gone, Jennings Dunker's gone, Chris Bella's gone, Hurst is gone. So Bryce Lance, Sam Hesh, Kyle Lewis, DDS, Jalen Kilgore, Mike Washington Jr. Surratt is still out there too, right? Keith Abney II, Malik Muhammad, Jalen Farmer, Skylar Bell, Devin Moore, Brennan Thompson, Travis Burke, Jake Endries. Jake Endries has got to go pretty soon at tight end, would be my guess. We'll see if we can get to 120. We'll see. Seahawks in at at 99, not 199, 99. Bronny James scored 5 points tonight. Raise the banner. Who do you got for Seattle? O'Neal went. No, that is a Seahawks pick all day, every day. Should have seen that one coming if that was the pick. Is that who they took? Yeah, Julian Neal. That is the most Seahawks corner pick ever. That is absolutely the most Seahawks corner pick ever. He'll be good for them, I'm sure. He'll probably be a 90 PFF guy in like a couple months. Yeah, that's a good pick for them. Look at those ball skills. Julian Neal. He was such an interesting, teams did not seem to be super stoked about him, but he everything was good. The tape was good. The testing was good. There was no real character issues. Yeah, I didn't quite know why teams were a little bit higher on him. I guess some people were saying he might have to move to safety, but I don't know. Let him fail at corner first. Age, and so as I mentioned a little bit earlier, he's a little bit high risk, high reward, meaning not just the draft prospect, but how he plays the game. He will kind of abandon some things at times, go a little bit big game hunting, go a little bit off script, and that might scare teams away a little bit. Jalen Husky, Maryland. So was that 4 for me that I didn't watch? Just a complete and utter failure. Complete and utter failure. So I did not watch Husky. I did not watch Xavier Thomas. I did not watch Albert Regis, and I did not watch the Dolphins pick. Where did that go? Caleb Douglas. So Caleb Douglas, Albert Regis, and then Jalen Husky and Xavier Thomas. So 4 players I didn't watch. Guess out of 100, that's not bad. Watched, scouted, have notes for 96 out of the 100, including the 2 Packers picks. Can't complain too much. 5 players that I want tomorrow. I'm actually at the point now where Mike Washington in the 4th is pretty damn sweet. I want Keontae Scott no matter what. I would love him still. Bryce Lance, I'd still be in on that. Sam Hesh, I'd totally be in on that. DDS at this point is totally good. Jalen Kilgore is a pretty interesting player. I'd be fine with Malik Muhammad at this point. Jalen Farmer would be somebody I would really, really like. Caleb Proctor would really, really like at this point in time. Still be in for Devin Moore at corner. Jake Endries at tight end would be somewhat interesting a little bit later. I like Bo Stevens at guard quite a bit. Who else? Charles Demings is a player I like. Will Lee is still out there. Those are probably the ones off the top of my head. I actually wouldn't mind Peyton from North Dakota State. Fabichi Nwaiwu. He is a player who moved to center late in the late. And he just did a little bit of center last year, but he looked really good doing it. He's a fun player. Jordan Vandenberg later in the draft. Would really like him. Nick Barrett would be another defensive tackle, maybe a little bit later in the draft. I wouldn't mind. Landon Robinson, the kid out of Navy, they'll never take him. Eli Heidenreich out of Navy would be really fun. Michael Heldman would be fun. So those are not necessarily tomorrow, but those are some guys that I kind of like for the rest of the draft. Prysock would be fine. There we go. There's a Demings lover. All right, friends. Hitting the hay. Thank you to the 1,600 of you still in chat. I'm not hitting the hay. Somebody said they're hitting the hay. I did not watch Caden Hurry. Connor said he's hitting the hay. Double. He said it twice. Oh, no. K-Part too. Sorry, I maybe missed K-Part as I was going through. Would still absolutely love K-Part. This is so much fun. Again, I'm going to be a little bit late tomorrow, not right away for the draft coverage. I should be back by about noon Central Time. Should be back in time for Green Bay's picks still, unless they move up in the 4th round. Either way, I'll break it down as soon as I get here. Should be a ton of fun tomorrow going through 4 rounds of the draft. We'll probably send out some invites as well. Maybe have some people join me along the way. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the questions, the comments, the love, the support. It's been amazing. I will look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I don't know yet if I'm going to do an immediate gut reaction. I think Ross is going to do one way or the other. And then I will have a video up for you guys tomorrow as well. Should be a ton of fun. 2 solid picks for Green Bay today. No A's, no F's, no C's, no D's. Probably just solid B's today, but I like what they did. I'm excited to break down these players even more. And we got more presents to unwrap tomorrow. Enjoy your evening, everyone. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until next time, and as always, go Pack Go.